the shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy. copy, a negative return.
Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. We're so glad you could attend. Come inside, come inside. There behind the glass stands a real blade of grass. Be careful as you pass. Move along, move along. Come inside, the show's about to start. Guaranteed to blow your head apart. Rest assured, you'll get your money's worth. Wait show, it happened, alright. You gotta see the show. It's a dynamo. You gotta see the show. It's rock and roll. Oh, right before your eyes, we will laugh up from the skies. And he laughs until he cries, and he dies, and he dies. Come inside, the show's about to start. Guaranteed to blow your head apart. You gotta see the show. It's a dynamo. You gotta see the show. It's rock and roll. Soon the gypsy queen in a glaze of Vaseline will perform on guillotine. What a scene, what a scene. Next up on the stand, will you please extend a hand to Alexander's ragtime band, Dixieland, Dixieland. Roll on, roll on, roll on, see the show. Performing on a stool, we recite to make you through. 7 virgins and a mule. Keep it cool, keep it cool. We like it to be known. The exhibits that were shown were exclusively our own. All our own, all our own. Come and see the show. Come and see the show. Come and see the show.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, And we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Pro Jeweler. I don't know if Pro Jeweler's up or not yet this morning, but he was the one that picked that song out, and I'm just sitting there the whole time going like, when is this gonna end? It wasn't even that long of a song. I mean, it was only let's see here. It was only 4 minutes and 48 seconds, but it seemed like it took forever. I was like, we're getting a show all right. Good morning to you guys. In case you were wondering who that was, I've never heard that before. The first time I've ever heard it. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, Carn Evil 9, First Impression Part 2. When Pro Jeweler sent it to me, he said this is the short version. Yeah, I believe it. It sounded like I think we were missing the bassist. I didn't hear the bassist solo in there. But yeah. Anyways, time for I couldn't even do the intro right because I was still laughing on the inside. Time for a reversal. Let me show you what I got. Why do I put that in there? But first I have to clean off my glasses before I do that. Let's go to a 5-minute interval. I'm going to add another indicator on the page here. We're going to add in TTM squeeze real quick here. And we're going to take a look at this stepping up from 5-minute. Actually, we're going to start from the daily. Let's start from the daily. It's a little bit more fun. We'll get rid of the lines. Son of a gun, cancel. We're going to get rid of these lines in here and really kind of zoom in on this a little bit and just kind of look at price movement in contrast to what it's looked like from the past. Instead of seeing a whole bunch of retracement lines and all kind of good jazzy stuff. You'll see there on a daily, we've actually printed a TD9 on the daily, and usually when you see those print, typically that means there's a reversal that's going to be in play. Good morning to you guys, by the way. I saw a bunch of good mornings in there. Good morning to everybody who said good morning. So what you're seeing here is a couple different things, right? So on the daily chart here, RSI is signaling that it's oversold. So it's saying a reversal is due anytime. The vortex indicator is not showing any kind of a reversal potential as of yet. But remember this, we're on a daily time interval, which means it's the last one that will probably see those kind of indicators showing that there's a reversal in play or that there will be a reversal in play. And then you've got TTM squeeze down there at the bottom, signaling that there is definitely no reversal in yet. Otherwise, you would be seeing light orange, or I guess it's really kind of a darker orange color showing up on there. So we're not there yet, according to the daily. But let's go to the 4-hour. On the 4-hour chart, we have RSI now just starting to head back towards moving into the territory where it's not signaling oversold. The reversal or bottom on the vortex indicator for the buy side is definitely trending upwards, and the sell side is trending downwards, but they're not quite pointing in towards each other just yet. But TTM squeeze is showing a reversal is in, and the bottom may have been found back here yesterday at 401. Taking a look at a 1-hour chart here, we've got, where was RSI on this one? Oh, yeah, that's right there. On a 1-hour chart, RSI is at 51.59, which is right smack dab in the middle. We did have a divergence in the vortex indicator on the buy and sell indicator, and it's showing signs of a reversal in. And look at this. The TTM squeeze is saying, yeah, that's definitely a reversal, and more green is on the way. And that's on a 1-hour chart. On a 30-minute interval, we have same kind of similar thing here. RSI is even higher at 63.86, which is above average. We have vortex indicators showing that there's more buying pressure than selling pressure. They're diverging away from each other. Separation is happening, and the TTM squeeze is showing more momentum upwards incoming. And then on a 5-minute interval, we have overbought signaling at 80.04 for RSI. We have
a hot vortex indicator as well, signaling more buying pressure than selling pressure, and TTM squeeze is signaling for a move. Now remember, this is on a very short term. It's only going to be based off of this current move that we just had here in the pre-market hours of this morning. But it is showing, as we move from a longer time interval to a shorter time interval, we are seeing signs of potential reversals kicking in. So let's go back to a 30-minute interval and put in our lines back in here. And yesterday I signaled to you guys that there was a potential head and shoulder pattern kind of forming. It was kind of gross looking, but it was forming on I think it was a 30-minute interval that I drew this out, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was. And the upwards momentum that we were supposed to see, that was supposed to kick in yesterday, right around I guess maybe noonish. I thought it was 11 o'clock. Anyways, I'm seeing noon showing up here on the page. I haven't moved these lines at all, but didn't really kick in, and we actually started seeing downwards momentum right around noon, and didn't see really that bottom until 1 o'clock, and then started heading back upwards after that. And you can see the end of the signal showing up here in the aftermarket hours. Well, we never really move anywhere other than sideways in the aftermarket hours. Hardly ever do we see this kind of movement that we're seeing right now, and if we do, it usually comes moving back down before market open. So we may have seen a little bit of a bottom there at 401. I'm not going to, I will always contend, please don't misconstrue what I'm saying, is that this is the bottom. So long as hedge funds are, not packing up their bags and shipping off their employees, this is not over. That is not what I'm saying. So don't suggest or put words into my mouth and, that I'm saying that this is the bottom. I'm just saying that on this current move down, a lot of the indicators here are suggesting that we're going to be seeing some type of reversal, and I can't tell you how long that's going to play out for. All I can tell you is that it does appear like a lot of indicators are suggesting some type of reversal is in order. So that's what I'm seeing, and take it for what it's worth. Let's see here. I think I got my glasses cleaned off. I was trying to do all that, and yeah, they're okay. They're decent. All right, let's do this. Let's get into numbers. Sorry about starting a little late there, guys. I woke up on time, and then I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, what? I got a few more minutes here. I can sleep a little bit longer. Let's get a few more Z's in here. So that went too long. It was an extra 30 minutes that I went to bed for. Yeah, let's take a look and see what we got going on this morning, and with numbers, because it is past due time for numbers. Let's see. Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Price prediction tally points. Yesterday, the lowest price predictor for the day was Apex with 251 to 551, which means he was targeting a 401 close for the day. We hit 401, but we did not close at 401. Was his price? What did we close at? We've closed at 411. His price was greater than 10 cents off than anybody else, which means he's going to get an extra bonus point for his price prediction for yesterday. Let me see here. So let's give Apex an extra bonus point. What is going on with my... Give me a second here, guys. What is going on with my options? Give that a little refresh here. Sorry, give me a second here. I can go ahead and start and giving the extra bonus point to everybody that's supposed to get one, which is just going to be Apex. Come on, options. Hold on a second. What the heck? My options page is not working here. Ever since they updated this page, it's like been giving me so many problems. Let's see here. Come on. All right. You can do it. Come on. There we go. All right, short exempt volume. Short exempt volume for yesterday. The final numbers as far as volume goes for the day yesterday. And remember, I was predicting 20 to 40 million, and because the pre-market volume was looking like we were going to be seeing some additional volume kicking in yesterday. And then we only ended up hitting 15.4 million in volume. So we had a very, very low volume day in contrast to what we saw from son of a gun, are you serious? We saw a much different volume day than what we saw in pre-market signals. I'm still having problems with logins here. This is ridiculous. So short exempt volume, I would expect to be a little bit down. That volume was about 2 million less than what we saw the previous day. So yep, there it is. 116.1 thousand in short exempt volume. That is enough to keep the number green. Utilization, when I refreshed this morning, utilization didn't appear to have changed one bit. In fact, yesterday we had like hardly any change whatsoever to any shares being borrowed or any kind of changing of positions whatsoever. It was a really strange day yesterday in borrowed positions. But it's still showing 31.11%. So I'm just going to leave the utilization rate where it's at. The day-over-day price increase yesterday, we were down 2.38%. The max pain for the day-to-day I would not expect to change. I would expect it to still be 450. Still is. And taking a look at off exchange, by this time of the by the end of the day, I usually expect about 64% combined through off exchange and EDGX. We had 50.87% going through off exchange, and EDGX was at 7.21, so those numbers were extremely low yesterday. They were about 5.92% lower than normal. Where did all of our extra volume go to? Some of it went to the lit exchange, some of it went to CBOE BZX. IEX got a little bit extra volume yesterday, and CHX was definitely higher than usual. Look at that, guys. We ended up finishing the day with 29,000 shares, 29,090 shares going through CHX yesterday. 30,000 is the magic number that I look for as being like a significant value of shares going through there, signaling that there may be an incoming forced buy, as I do feel like that's the beginning of a settlement that's showing up there. So we may be seeing some settlements clearing through. And that might be signaling for a buying condition on the market. And then GME CHX volume for yesterday coming in at, looks like it might be 931 shares. Let me refresh one. Yeah, 931 shares going through CHX on GME, so not a whole lot there. Moving on, taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday it was being reported at 39.665 million. It is now the same value, no change. Let me just make sure I've got that written down on my notes right. Okay. Now we can move on to options. Options, highest amount of open interest, for closest to our strike price yesterday. for calls was at a $5 strike with 15.6 thousand contracts. That is still the highest amount of volume, and it went up from 15.6 to 18.2. So we didn't see closing of call positions, which is good because that will help to continue to move price upwards, or should anyways. Put volume for open interest, the highest amount was at a $4 strike. That is still the highest amount of open interest. Yesterday it was at 31.5 thousand contracts. Today at a $4 strike, there is only 24.4 thousand contracts. So we are starting to see puts that are closing out, and that could also help in pushing price upwards. That's bullish. When puts close, that's bullish. Keeping calls open and closing of puts is definitely a bullish sign. This is perhaps another indicator that we may be seeing price heading back upwards again. Moving on. Let me move a couple screens around, and we will take a look at the rest of the data. Give me 1 second here. Hopefully you guys have had a good morning this morning so far. All right. Take you guys over to the other page. We'll take a look at Ortex first. Like I said, there doesn't appear to be any changes really to utilization, so that may not change a whole lot of the other numbers here. So, but we'll take a look and see what happens. Let's see. So. Short share interest of the free float sitting at 9.79%. I think it was like 9.8 yesterday. But let's take a look at the numbers on the big screen here and see what really changed day over day. Here's our utilization. Actually, so the way this is looking right now, we're not getting reported data for the next day worth of trading. That's why it's not showing up. Yep. That's why it didn't change. Let me refresh it one more time and see if they're actually going to give me some data this morning here. Nope. Looks like we're going to have to skip past Ortex. We're just missing data still. All right. Skipping past Ortex. MMRI yesterday was 263.84 at the end of the day. This morning as we're waking up, it is now 262.9. Normally when this is going down, AMC seems to be doing better. Maybe that's a good sign. Also, MMRI with the 2-year or the 10-year and 2-year spread. Earlier yesterday, or at the end of the day, by the beginning of the day, let's start over. At the beginning of the day yesterday, we were at 0.234% spread between the 2-year, 10-year yields, and then by the end of the day, we were at 2.5 or 0.251. Let's see what we're at right now. 2-year yields are at 4.331, 10-year 4.094. Spread is 2.37. That's slightly higher than what it was yesterday starting out the day. Just slightly. 0.237. And last week, I had you guys vote whether or not we would see a normalization of the 2-year and 10-year yields. Excuse me. And like 42% of you said no, that we wouldn't see it by the end of this week. And so far, you guys are looking super duper right. For those who are getting the full day's worth of orders showing up on the page here, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. We weren't on there all day, so I wouldn't imagine we'd be there at the end of the day. There is some buying going on retail, but once all the orders were in by the end of the day, there was a lot less buying showing up than there was during the trading day. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is going to be at $3.70. There's currently 2.7 million shares available to be borrowed. 2.6, I think, million is where it was at when we closed out the day yesterday. And you can see here that I've got an 11 o'clock 2.4 million. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2.6. So it looks like they may have borrowed another 200,000 shares at some point last night, maybe around 11 o'clock-ish. So I will count that towards today's numbers. And then looks like there's another 100,000 here, minus 1.9 million here. So 1.9 plus 3, so we're looking at 2.2 million shares borrowed. Yeah, about 2.2 million shares borrowed, it appears. Yesterday it was 2.7. Fees are at 0.8%. Calls, 257.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls. 9.2 thousand contracts are in the money. 35,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 86.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. And if you hear the dripping noise in the background, which I don't know if you can hear it or not, I got running water again, so on the sink, so we're dripping it now. No chances. Let's see here. On the Mag 7 in the pre-market this morning, all 7 are green. Almost all of them are at least 1% up. Most of them are almost 1% up or more. Big bank movers in the pre-market this morning. I don't expect to see anything over 2.5% in the pre-market, but if I do see one, I will shout it out. So far, I don't... Oh, there is one. Northwestern Trust is up 3.68 in the pre-market this morning. Gold is up 0.47 and trending up. Silver is up 0.36 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.84 and trending down. The US dollar is down 0.1 and is... I'm going to call it consolidating. Oil in the pre-market is up 0.77 and is barcoding with 300 shares traded so far. Pre-market on the SPY is up 0.47. If you recall, I think I had a breakout box here with a line that went through. So I had a little bit of a triangle, a bullish triangle showing up here. I know this is really kind of hard to see, but let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands. It might help a little bit. I had the line that extends across the top up here at around $4.77. That value is the top of the triangle. The bottom of the triangle, obviously, this level of support. You can see that the SPY did test that line. Never quite broke it. There wasn't a single candlestick that was fully crossed over the line there. So definitely a test at the bottom there, and now starting to shoot back up. The breakthrough would be at 477.63. And the time window that I've got blocked out for a potential breakthrough was this week, past 477.63. The top has been tested multiple times, so it is in that window. In case you guys were wondering why this is gray when I look at this at SPY on a 1-minute interval, I was suggesting that we would see the SPY before the end of this week breaking past 477.63. So we will see if that ends up being the case. Tesla in the pre-market is up 1.44 and consolidating after a trend. Ooh, look at that pre-market open. Nice. Gapped up even. Amazon is up 0.92, trending up very nicely as well. Cinemark is breaking even. Has it traded yet? It has traded 10 shares so far this morning, and it's just trading evenly from yesterday's close. Doge is down 0.73 and trending down. Bitcoin is trending down 0.53 right now. GME in the pre-market's up 1.78 and taking a nice trend upwards. HYMC is breaking even this morning in the pre-market with 55 shares traded so far this morning. NCMI is up 0.24. Actually, no, it's not. It hasn't traded yet this morning. Pre-market on Hood is up 1.31 and trending up. And AMC is up 2.43 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day yesterday. We had approximately $1 million more outflow than inflow. 13,000 shares traded so far this morning with about 5 minutes left to go before our pokey stick of volume. We have some decent volume going on in the pre-market again today. I mean, I got to call the volume the way that I see it in the pre-market. If I end up seeing another 125,000 shares with the additional pokey stick of volume that kicks in, I'll be doing another 20 to 40 million. Even if I'm wrong again 2 days in a row, I'm still going to predict that. On a 4-hour chart, let's get rid of the TTM squeeze in here. We already looked at that. We're going to look at what are we going to look at here? Let's get rid of all that noise. There's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure on a 4-hour chart with RSI at 30.01, which is finally after how many straight days is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After 6 straight trading days of RSI being below 30, which is signaling oversold, it's finally peeking its head above 30. So looking somewhat better there. On a 1-hour chart here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.74, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.44, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.97, which is signaling overbought. And on a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, starting to head up towards a thickening portion of red cloud ahead of us. You can see that the lagging line is getting ready to cross the price line. Conversion is getting ready to cross the baseline. There's going to be a tight window in this morning. You can see that there's a pretty drastic drop in the cloud. And the bottom of the cloud for the day-to-day there, the stalling out point is going to be around $4.25, right around 1 o'clock, 1:30 this afternoon. So if we were to get some kind of upwards momentum pushing us further into this cloud here at the bottom side, you might see price kind of stall out a little bit instead of seeing a continuation up to the top side of the cloud at around 453. But if we can get a break past the cloud in the earlier portion of the morning by getting some buying pressure that might be forming between now and before 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Standard Time, lagging line breaks the price line today at around 425. The conversion has already crossed over the base, which is a good sign, and we're at 422. So we're really only at 3 pennies away from seeing additional buying pressure, because there is a signal. There would be a signal here that suggests that there's an opportunity to be able to buy all the way up to 439, 440 before seeing a potential breakthrough on this cloud. But anytime the price hits this cloud on this 1-hour chart here, it's going to be buy signal off. So there is a gap. The gap in the morning from the bottom of the cloud is 440 up to about 460, so 20-cent gap. At the end of the day, it's 424 to 453. Did I say 24? 24, yeah. So a 30-cent gap. So we will go from a 20-cent gap to a 30-cent gap by the end of the day. On a 4-hour cloud, lagging line is still well below price line. Conversions below base. The buy signal for the day-to-day on AMC would require the lagging line getting above price line, and that's going to be rated about a price of $5.10. At $5.10, there would be a buy signal for the day-to-day, and there would still be some room for the bottom side of the cloud to show a buy signal. Now, let me tell you what's encouraging here. 2 things. If we see a continuation on buying pressure, and we do see price moving through a thick portion of cloud and not a thin portion, that's extremely bullish and should be, especially if it breaks through the top side and continues on. So that would be really, really bullish, because that means it's going to be that much longer before you start seeing a green cloud and a potential for more upwards potential than there would be if we were to break through a thinning portion of cloud. It doesn't happen as often. It's much more rare. It's like a good piece of steak, rare. Let the controversy sink in now. Is steak only good if it's rare? But yeah, I've noticed that when I'm watching, I don't know why this is the case, but whenever I'm watching like YouTube channels on how to cook your steak, like nobody ever cooks it well done. Nobody shows you a well done steak on YouTube and goes like, "This is a good cooked steak here." Nobody. There's not a single one. I've never seen a single YouTube cook cook a steak well done. Not one. I dare you guys to find me a professional chef who cooks a steak well done and posts that up on YouTube to show everybody what a well done steak looks like. Find it. Find it. Link me the video because I want to watch it. That'd be funny. And the video better not be called "Cooking a Steak Well Done, How to Do It Right," because that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking like legitimately the chef was like, "We're going to cook a well done steak because that's how it should be done." Because that I just don't think exists. We had about 94,000 shares in our Pokestick of volume with 95,000 shares showing up in our Pokestick of volume. 75,000 of that was in the Pokestick itself, meaning we had about 20,000 shares going into that minute. I'm going to go 1535 on volume prediction. I'm getting a little risky here. Risky. Yep. 15 to 35. It's a little bit risky. Normally I would just go 1030, but I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. And with that, I can see what it is. You guys, that don't exist, Casey. Jesse Tots says. First thing I read. That does not exist, Casey. I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like a good. You can't call a good steak well done. Like it's just not a thing for whatever. I mean, I don't like my steak well done, but I'm not saying that it's wrong. You know, like I mean, there's some people that just don't like it rare, and that's okay. But why is it that overwhelmingly everybody has decided that the only way to have a steak is rare? I don't understand that. There's nothing wrong with having if that's how you prefer to have your steak. That's a personal choice. I don't understand why why people hate on people who have well done steaks. You know, not everybody likes Boston. So I got onto the. Oh wait, hold on a second here. I got to go back on the back of the big tramp here because I've got censored contents waiting for me over there. Censor, did you hear my joke yet about Boston, or are you still lagging? I made a joke this morning that just now that rare steak is wow, most people like it. I said not everybody likes Boston. Why can't you? Why can't you not like Boston? You know, it's just a personal preference. It's a person's choice.
Reverse, 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 reverse. Cha-cha now, y'all.
The good old electric slide. I still don't know how to do. If somebody said, "Casey, can you do the electric slide?" I'm like, nope. I have no idea how to do it. I'm not even sure what the moves are. I mean, he's sitting there telling you what they are, but I don't think I could do it. Hayden says, I like pink in the... I bet you do. If it can walk off the plate, throw it back on the grill. Yeah. And I like A1 sauce too. So I won't... If I go to a really, really super fancy steak place, I won't get the A1 steak sauce. But if I'm going... I've done this at Texas Roadhouse, and my wife... my wife, the true Texan that she is... She sneers at me when I get the steak sauce because she's like, you don't need to put steak on a well cooked piece of steak, not well done, but like just a good piece of cooked steak, and I'm like, I just like the taste. It just tastes good. I like it's an added flavor to the overall flavors, and it's just super good. So like whenever the waitress comes over and she goes, "Do you want A1 steak sauce?" My wife immediately says no. I'm like, yes, I do. I do want some. Ugh. I've never had onion steak before, but I would be willing to try that, but definitely not the shrooms. Good morning, Menjit. Tendies. Oh, come on, Tendies. I don't know about that, Hayden. Brisket should stand on its own. I don't know. I do like my barbecue sauce. I guess the question is because I really feel like there's like a wide range of different barbecue sauces here in Texas. Like your really quick go-to places for well, actually, I don't know if I should say that's a quick go-to. One of the quick go-to places for barbecue around here is called Rudy's, and their standard barbecue sauce. They have a hot one, but their standard barbecue sauce is a spicy sauce. There's another place called Salt Lick, which is probably you're familiar with, Hayden, because they actually have a Salt Lick in the airport here. So you've probably seen it. In fact, I think you've even had it and shown it to us before. But Salt Lick they're a German barbecue place. This is a German area around here. I live in Pflugerville, for crying out loud. And the barbecue sauce here at Salt Lick is a mustard base sauce, which I didn't think I would be a fan of. It is incredibly delicious. I never thought in a million years I would like a mustard barbecue sauce, but it's really good. I know it's very difficult for me to explain because it's not overwhelming. It is kind of. It's good. I don't know how to explain it to you until you had it. You don't know what you're missing out on. But then there's the sweet, just a sweet barbecue sauce that's out there, and like Casey Masterpiece or something like that, and that. I would tend to lean towards the side, Hayden, that if you're thinking about Casey Masterpiece as a barbecue sauce on brisket, I agree with you. I totally agree. That's not called for. You don't put that on brisket. Rudy's barbecue sauce is not a traditional barbecue sauce. It's kind of spicy. It's a little more peppery. It doesn't taste sweet, and it just adds flavor to the brisket, and it's not that the brisket needs the flavor, but it enhances your experience. And so I just I don't know. I kind of tend to disagree on that one. I think if barbecue sauce is done correctly, it is definitely an enhancer for the meat. Let's see here. You can't taste the bark with the barbecue sauce. I don't know, man. I don't know what barbecue places you're going to, but if you can't taste the bark over the barbecue sauce, you're going to the wrong barbecue place. Just saying. Is it owned by Roddy Huxtable? I don't get it. Nice joke there, Andrew. It's too early for this. Pirate, good morning. Man just says, Casey, we're turning this into a food critic after the squeeze. I could do it. I feel like I could do a food critic job, but that's not what I want to be in life. It's not what I aspire to be when I grow up. Jesse says weed enhances my. What's that?
That's it. Nice and hot. Hot, spicy meat. Yeah, boy.
That sounds like Phil for real. What was that from?
I don't know. Give your meat a good old rub. That's it. Nice and hot. Hot and spicy meat. Yeah, boy.
That last part, the beginning part of it sounds like a British guy. But the last part of that sounds like Phil for real. Dynamite says, eating around the country is a job I'm in. Did you... What was his name? Adam something or other. I don't remember Adam's last name from Man vs. Food. Did you ever see that? What was his name? Hold on a second. Man vs. Food. Oops. Was it Adam Richmond, maybe? Yeah, Adam and Rich. That's his last name. I didn't know his last name was Richmond. Adam Richmond. Apparently, they've got a guy who's replacing him. His name is Casey. It says it right here. Casey Webb is replacing Adam Richmond. It says that he replaced him in 2017. They replaced Adam Richmond. So Adam Richmond apparently gained a lot of weight doing that TV series. So he's like, I got to stop this for health reasons, I think. You got to check out Beard versus Food. Hold on a second. Is that really a thing? Hold on. I'm looking. It is. I will check that out. Oh, he's one of those. I actually have seen this guy. Yeah, I have seen this. He does those eat a crap ton of food challenges. Yeah, I've seen that. See, there we go. Techly loves. He's actually going to stand on a soapbox here and out himself as being a well done steak person, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. I commend you for having the bravery to stand up there and say I eat well done steak, and that's good. I don't personally eat it myself, but I think it's a choice, right? And if that's the way you enjoy it, that's the way you like it. And it shouldn't be nothing wrong with that. No, not yet, Andrew. My tortilla press is supposed to come today. I'll show you guys. When it shows up, I'll show you my tortilla press that I got. And I still have some leftover carnitas that I made from, what was that, 2 days ago? I think 2 days ago I made the carnitas. And so maybe I'll have for lunch today some... I hadn't thought about that. Maybe for lunch today I will make some tortillas. I would show you guys the process by which I make them, but I think that would be too boring. I don't know how to move the camera into the kitchen. Hopefully I get the food press in the morning. I don't actually, I just know I don't know if it's going to show up in the early morning or in the late afternoon. Sam's saying here, my steak could be considered sashimi. My wife likes it that way. She wants to see a heartbeat still pulsing through. I always overcook her meat, and I feel bad about it every time because I guess I'm never really quite sure like how early to pull it, and like the more I cook it, the more I go, fail. Obviously. I just got to pull it early, and the problem is that I don't want her to have cold steak, so I'm putting her steak on, or realizing that I need to put her steak on later than everybody else's to keep it hot, so it comes off the same time. But it never seems to be the right what's the word I'm looking for? It's never cooked correctly. It's always overdone for her. It might as well, Trevor. If it didn't have freezer burn, it probably would be. Speaking of my wife, good morning, hon.
Hello.
How you doing today?
Tired.
Tired? Yeah. You were passed out today.
I went downstairs for a few hours.
Oh, okay.
I slept like an hour and went down.
I mean, you were just knocked out. Like, I was getting up from bed, and I don't think I even disturbed you one bit.
I was tired again with mom stuff.
Tech is saying I cheat. I use an air fryer for even cooking. Is that cheating? Jay says good morning. Let's see here. Futures on VIX. So right now VIX closed, it looks like yesterday at around 1479. And the futures on the VIX are showing around 1508. So we may see a little bit of downwards momentum on the VIX, but those numbers should start to align back up here soon. I've kind of I woke up this morning thinking about ETFs. Don't ask me why. I think about strange things. Anyways, I woke up this morning thinking about ETFs, and I'm not sure if I was dreaming about them or not, but I guess I came to the conclusion in my stupor of waking up this morning that ETFs are really just a way for a financial institution to be able to suck value out of all of the assets held within the ETF. Because really, we were talking yesterday, I was talking with Pepperoni about, the ETFs for Bitcoin. And I started, and the way I was describing it is basically printing paper for a coin, a crypto coin, right? You're exchanging something that doesn't exist for something that kind of doesn't exist but does exist. And the more I started thinking about it, the more I started realizing that it's not just Bitcoin ETFs, it's literally all ETFs across the board. That's the designed method for an ETF specifically, is to extract value out of the market. That's how they're designed. And I guess I never really thought in terms of what an ETF does. So when they made that meme ETF, the objective there was to extract value out of all the different meme stocks by creating an ETF that traded it. And it's. I guess I never really thought about ETFs that way, but that's how I'm really starting to view them. They're designed products to extract value from the market. That was like my moment of clarity this morning. That was I would say it was my toilet minute, but I didn't have one of those yet. Throat Yogurt says, "What's for breakfast, Mom?" Eggs, I know for sure. I haven't heard the sauce. What, hon?
Eggs in the middle of waffles?
Eggs and waffles this morning. Eggs in the middle of waffles, specifically. We got about 10 more minutes here before I take a break. I have not really looked at Twitter this morning since I was running a little bit late this morning. I just kind of bypassed it. I did go in and answer some messages that I had, or at least one message that I had. Which, by the way, Embro95, who asked me for a request on AC/DC, I really apologize. We played AC/DC, I think it was like last week or something, and I ended up getting a strike for that, so they removed the video. So I can't play AC/DC now. They're on the no play list, unfortunately. So if you guys want an AC/DC song, get it out of your head, because not going to happen. For whatever reason. I'm kind of scrolling real quick here through to see if there is anything. I did see this last night. There was a Citadel Equity Fund Limited to withdraw from CCIT and GST membership. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. I did see that. One of the things that you got to remember is that Citadel has created a lot of different financial institutions have created these separate entities that don't really have. Sometimes they may have something attached to them. Sometimes they may be just shell companies. And in this particular case, Citadel Equity Fund Limited, I've never even heard of it before. I haven't seen it listed on anything that I can recall. I'm sure it exists on some. I'm sure it was holding something before, but I have no idea what it was. I kind of see that as a little bit of a nothing burger there, because I know there's probably going to be some noise about it at some point or another. But I'm telling you now, I think that's a nothing burger. I will show you the posting of it, though, in case you're curious. Dario is saying that no more tri-party repo and U.S. Treasury big boys trading for Citadel Hedge Fund. And he said, I'm sure AMC will love this, but I really don't know if I would. I don't know if I would get too excited over this. But that's supposed to be Monday the 22nd. The following account withdraw from membership in the Central Clearing Institutional Tri-Party Service of the Government Securities Division, and that's Citadel Equity Fund Limited. Andrew says Win Carpenter song. Which one did you want? Did you have one in mind? Let's see what else we got here. Here's another. This might be on the same topic here. Hedge fund giant Citadel has executed and cleared both cash, treasury, and repo trades through DTCC's fixed income clearinghouse in the latest milestone for U.S. buy-side activity moving to central clearing. Palafox LLC is a subsidiary of Citadel, was able to clear its trades following the expansion of the DTCC's sponsored service, which broadened the category of market participants accessing the fixed income clearing corporation's clearing repo service, including dealers, non-U.S. banks, and prime brokers. Palafox became the first sponsor to facilitate centrally cleared cash and repo trades on behalf of its affiliated sponsor member clients, Citadel's Global Fixed Income Master Fund. The greatest benefit of allowing different types of firms to be sponsors is that FICC has now made it possible to bring a much larger percentage of the market into clearing while maintaining our robust risk management standards, said Murray Posmanter, DTCC Managing Director and Head of Clearing Agency Services. This should create needed capacity for the market while at the same time reducing systemic risk. Bigham's posted that out last night. And I think that was in.
No AC/DC.
Yeah.
What about the Bee Gees?
I don't think I've gotten anything from the Bee Gees before, and I'm pretty sure I've played some of their stuff.
So, could you combine them and?
I'll tell you what. If I get a strike today, I'm gonna have you stop playing music. You're gonna have to start doing like 10 seconds or less. I know there is there is a time frame by which you have to abide by in order to keep it considered playable or something like that, but I'm not sure what it is. Let's see here. So there's a back and forth here by Inspector AMC Bigums and Just Dario. This is what they were going back and forth about in regards to that notice. Somebody said, "So what would this do? I'm not experienced enough to know." AMC Bigum says nothing. Just one sub isn't going to be in the repo market anymore, but others for them will. And then Dario says, "True, but perhaps it's a sign that things aren't going so well with the hedge fund. An explanation might be that they don't have any more. They don't have. I think you should have left out enough capital to support those repo and U.S. Treasury operations at the DTCC, sir. The fund suffering outflows, perhaps." Bigham says it could be. We have seen this a lot with many subs for other companies over the last couple of years. Normally, it's a new firm setup or another one that does the same function, so they cut costs. It could be outflow, though, so it's hard to say. And then Dario says, "Indeed, hard to say. However, this is their flagship fund, so worth keeping an eye out on this evolving situation." So, yeah, I'm not really. Like I said, I personally wouldn't put any or place any value in that being something that's going to, affect Citadel. Because oftentimes what they'll do is they'll just create like a new...
switch them up.
Yep, that's exactly what I was just going to say. They just...
That way they can take the records from the old one and store it in paper form in a warehouse that might accidentally set on fire.
Yep. They just move everything over to a new shell, and it just continue on.
And then burn the warehouse down with all the records.
Yep.
And nobody will ever know.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Put a trampoline on your thing. Before this gets too serious.
You want a big one or a small one?
I want one that covers like the whole day, so it can't get below a certain level.
All right, let's see here. We'll go to a 1 hour, I guess, for that. Maybe 30 minutes. That's probably best. All right, let's put the trampoline right around here. We'll start it here. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Dang it. Yeah, it's been so long since I've drawn a tramp. It's been too long. Oops. Some people probably don't even know what the heck a tramp is. Poor people. I don't mean poor people. I mean like unfortunate people. Of course, poor people probably don't know what a tramp is either, but whatever. That came out all kinds of wrong. Let's see here. Andrew says Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy is returning for the 2024 season. Per sources, Jerry Jones getting soft. Parrot says, better get going, buddy. It takes a few years and you need enough time left on the clock to make the math work after you start making decent money to justify the expensive training. Who are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Watched the video of the Sky King guy in Washington again yesterday. Wild video of him just talking to tower and sightseeing before crashing. I don't know what that's about either. Oh, there we go. Throat yogurt. Random question. Any pilots in here? If so, any thoughts on ATP? I'm thinking of going to flight school. Would love to hear any input on the matter. Yes. Yeah. What? Now I understand what Pirate's saying. Absolutely. There are people that I know who have gone to get their commercial license at an older age. But if you talk to guys who are in the industry, it used to be a little bit better. But nowadays, because it can take so long, it can take a long time before you can get to the point to where you're doing what it is that you want to be doing. It's best that you probably not have any family and be at a younger age if you're going to start that to get a commercial license. But that's just what I've heard as recommendations. It's not exactly a old man's game to be playing anymore. So, all right, it is time for me to head off to break here, guys. Let me put up a message on the screen. We're stomping all over your all over your dreams. My brother actually was looking into getting his pilot's license, and he's for commercial, and he's well, let's see, he's 5 years younger than me, so he's 42. But I think he was looking into doing this about 2 years ago, so it would have been about 40. And there's also medical reasons that you can be disqualified as well. So if you're taking any kind of medications whatsoever, there are certain medications that can definitely disclude you as being capable of flying. So that's also, health reasons are as another thing to consider. And just, you do have to take, there's some stringent health checks that you have to do every single year. And that's something to consider as well if you're over 40. Because that's usually when people start having to take some more medicines that they didn't used to take. Let me put up the message on the screen here. But if you just wanted it for your own sake, just to have a license, go for it. If it's just a hobby. I didn't come up with a price prediction yet. I will probably wait. I'll choose to probably wait until 15 minutes before market open to do so this morning. We got a little bit of price movement upwards, but it is coming very slowly back down to about where we were at earlier this morning, like it typically does. Censor content. I'll see you a little bit later.
Sounds good.
Alrighty, guys. I'm going to head to break. I will put some music up here for you and see you guys back here in a little bit.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine.
Alrighty, guys. I'm back, and I think I know what I'm going for a price prediction for the day today. I don't think we're ready to break out of this descending parallel channel just yet. That we were hovering all over for like the last two and a half trading days or so. But I think there's a chance that maybe we see a little bit of more, maybe like a close around like 432 to maybe like 435 ish range. Actually, I'm going to drop my prediction, I think, just a couple of cents here. Because I feel like there's a little bit of a... Maybe there might be some... I guess if there's volume upwards. Yeah, and I was going to go with a volume or a price prediction of 285 to 585. But I'm starting to lean a little bit more towards perhaps maybe like a 282. 282 to 282 to 582. I'm going to revise it here just a hair. And we got Apex in for 267 to 567. TB's in for 3 to 6. And let me just verify what we got Twisty in here. I don't see Twisty's message in this morning. He may have come in and actually just put it into the chat. So let me check the chat here and see what he put in. There he is, 268 to 568. He's going with the same numbers he had yesterday, the same thing as TB. TB and Twisty going with the same numbers as yesterday. Apex, I think, raised his numbers a little bit there. Yeah, he did. No, that's okay, Twisty, it's fine. I was just checking the normal spot for it. And but it's okay to put it here too. It doesn't matter where you put it wherever is easiest for you, man. Don't worry. I'll figure it out. It's not a big deal. Yeah, sorry, Albert. A little bit of snort there. You caught me in the middle of the song, snorting. Albert says Bigums does the keyboard thing with more rage, like Beethoven on the piano. We have just a couple more minutes here before we start out the day for the day today. Let's see here. Let me see if there's anything else here I wanted to show you guys. It was really cool. I had to do an information. This is like totally random. I'm just telling you what it is that I got a chance to do while I was on my break. My dad's DDR 214 showed up from the information request that I did, public request for his records, and I was able to go through and read it. It was really kind of cool. Like one of the last performance reviews that he had prior to I guess retiring out of the reserves. Was in there, and it was listed in the report that I got back from the government. And it was really kind of cool. He was being recommended for immediate promotion to lieutenant colonel. Apparently, we were all sitting there thinking that there was, that he had just barely been promoted to major, but it's actually the other way around. It was actually he was on the verge of being promoted to lieutenant colonel. The major was actually already he was already into his major position at the time. So it was kind of cool, but it's cool reading his review. I don't know, it was like a blast from the past. Seeing all the different names that were signed off on it was kind of cool too. I might share it with you guys later. I don't know. We'll see. It means you can sell fat fried chicken, light kernel. Yep. All right, guys. Let's get this day started. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Destination confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. We're so glad you could attend. Come inside, come inside. There behind the glass stands a real blade of grass. Be careful as you pass. Move along, move along. Come inside, the show's about to start. Guaranteed to blow your head apart. Rest assured, you'll get your money's worth. With this show, it happened all right. You gotta see the show. It's a dynamo. You gotta see the show. It's rock and roll. Oh, right before your eyes, we will laughter from the skies.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Time for a Reversal. Pro Driller, I don't know if you were awake or not this morning when I did the first intro this morning, but I couldn't help but comment on how long that song was. It felt like it was forever, but it's less than 5 minutes. It's crazy. There's so many different solos that go on in that. It's not even funny, but let's take a look at what I'm talking about in regards to time for a reversal here. I'm going to put it up on the screen here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add the TTM squeeze indicator in here because I want you guys to see a little something going on here. And I'm going to start on a daily time interval. As we look at a daily time interval, and I'm going to get rid of all of my Fibonacci retracements and other lines that are drawn in there, and we're going to kind of zoom in on this just a tad bit here. And what I want you to see is that on the daily time interval, RSI is very, 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 I guess I want to say cold. Super, super, super cold, signaling heavily oversold at 19.15. We have not yet seen a reversal on the vortex indicator, indicating that there's going to be a reversal in changing in direction. And the TTM squeeze indicator is not showing a letting off of downwards momentum as of yet. But as we move down these time intervals, watch what ends up happening on a 4-hour chart. Here we do have RSI for one of the third time touching 30 basically, and is very, very close, but still signaling oversold. We have a very definite incline on buying pressure and a decline on selling pressure on a 4-hour time interval, and the TTM squeeze is showing a reversal is in order here, and that we should start seeing price moving the other direction. On a 1-hour chart, we have RSI at 43.88, which is slightly below average. We have buying and selling pressure. The buying pressure has crossed over and signaling a reversal in order, as well as TTM squeeze is also showing that a reversal is in order. It's also showing on a 1-hour time basis, and we're just now starting to get this new candle here that's showing that a little bit of weakness in this reversal, but it is showing that a reversal is definitely in order since we hit about that $4.01 bottom that we had. And then if you go to a 30-minute interval, again, RSI sitting at 45.98, just slightly below average. We did have a flip back over here. We had actually had the vortex indicator crossing over to the buy side, but we're seeing a reversal back in the other direction here. This could be a temporary pullback on a shorter time interval, but we are seeing strength that was showing up here, and a reversal was definitely in order when we hit 401. This could be a temporary pullback, very similar to probably something like this here. It could also be, actually would probably suggest it might look a little something like this right here. Kind of like a bimodal. It could be something like this as well. Or even something like these, where you see kind of like a upwards momentum, and then it comes back down a little bit and then it continues to rise. And if you pull up price in here, you can see how that kind of works out here. And how the indicators are lining up to kind of match that kind of a time frame in price movement. So that's what I'm seeing here on those time intervals. And on a 5-minute more current time interval, we are seeing a RSI at 46.14. It was definitely hot this morning, signaling overbought. As price was moving up, there's a little bit of a downwards momentum in price movement, which is allowing RSI to cool off, which is now at 51.25, which is average. Vortex indicator is showing more buying pressure than selling pressure currently, and a reversal from this downwards momentum does seem to be in order. So in the longer term, it does seem like a reversal is in place, and that 401 may have been a current bottom. I'm not saying it's the bottom. I'm just saying that there does appear to be a reversal in order. Many of the different indicators that I'm looking at here are signaling towards some type of reversal in play. In regards to a 30-minute time interval, you can see I got a couple different things listed up here on the page. Yesterday, I had identified on a 30-minute time interval what appeared to be, to me, a inverted head and shoulders inside of a longer descending parallel channel. We obviously were breaking to the bottom side on this descending parallel channel, but I really think it was just an attempt to try and break out of this, and it never really fully managed to break below this. I wanted to see the price yesterday trading at a higher shoulder, and we didn't end up getting that. We ended up getting price movement that came down around that period of time. So we had the leading shoulder, the head, and then the trailing inverse shoulder should have been higher, maybe even up here in this like 425 range. And we ended up seeing this like very, very harsh push down, leading into that moment in time where I think we were supposed to get. And you could see volume was starting to increase in the beginning portion of the morning, like it typically does, and price was starting to move up to that 425 range, and it was like somebody turned on a switch and immediately started pushing price down to prevent that signal from forming. But the nighttime went through, and pre-market opened up this morning. We had a continuation back upwards. Maybe we'll see that finally complete this morning and get us moving towards the top portion of this descending parallel channel, because as you guys should all well know by now, descending parallel channels are bullish in nature. When they break out, price moves above the upper level of resistance that's coming down. So I'm kind of guesstimating over the last couple days worth of volume. I see that there's kind of some gaps in here around like there's a gap at about 426. There's some gap in volume at around 433. So I'm kind of guessing like a 432 close-ish for the end of the day to see a little bit more volume filling up those spots. That's kind of where I'm guesstimating. So not necessarily a breakout of that descending parallel channel just yet. But we'll take a look at some of the other numbers like Ichimoto here a little bit later and see how those jive in contrast to what we're seeing on this chart here. Sensor Content did ask for a trampoline this morning, so I placed it on the bottom side of the descending parallel channel. That way we don't, price always tries to avoid that, like it's like it's a mosquito trying to hit somebody covered in off. So we'll see what ends up happening. But that's what I got for you guys this morning. Let me put the Bollinger Bands back up here. Head back over to the back of the Big Tramp. And anybody who'd like to join, you're more than welcome to. All right, let's see here. Let me see what you guys are saying. Let's see here. Okay. Nothing really to touch on topic-wise there. There was going to be something we were talking earlier this morning about this DTCC posting that came up. For those of you who have seen it already, great. For those of you who have not, I'm really thinking it's kind of a nothing burger, but I just wanted to bring it up because I know people are probably going to talk about it at some point or another. Just Dario posted this. Oh, well, this wasn't in my bingo card at all for today. DTCC dump. Citadel Equity Fund Limited will withdraw from CCIT and GSD membership. And then he says, goes on to say, no more tri-party repo and U.S. Treasuries big boys trading for Citadel Hedge Fund. Just to note, guys, that when I read these, Citadel Equity Fund Limited is it's one of Citadel's likely shell companies that I don't really recognize this name all that. It doesn't stand out to me. So my guess is that they probably have tons of different shell companies that are participating in the CCIT. So just because one of them's getting removed doesn't necessarily mean anything specifically for us that I don't think is gonna necessarily yield us anything important. I don't know. Anyways, AMC Bigham's posted on this and responded and said, with this post here, and he said, hedge fund giant Citadel has executed and cleared both cash, treasury, and repo trades through DTCC's fixed income clearinghouse in the latest milestone for U.S. buy-side activity moving to central clearing. Palafox LLC, a subsidiary of Citadel, which, there you go, there's a shell company right there, was able to clear its trades following the expansion of the DTCC's sponsored service, which broadened the category of market participants accessing the Fixed Income Clearing Corporation's clear repo service, including dealers, non-U.S. banks, and prime brokers. Palafox became the first sponsor to facilitate centrally cleared cash and repo trades on behalf of its affiliated sponsor member clients, Citadel's Global Fixed Income Master Fund. The greatest benefit of allowing different types of firms to be sponsors is that FICC has now made it possible to bring a much larger percentage of the market into clearing while maintaining our robust risk management standards, said Murray Posmanter, DTCC Managing Director and Head of Clearing Agency Services. He went on to be quoted as saying, "This should create needed capacity for the market while at the same time reducing systemic risk." So anyways, I'm not really, I don't think there's really much to this, but I just wanted to throw it out there that when I saw this last night, I didn't get all excited and I didn't have all warm fuzzies going on for me as much, but I just wanted to kind of cover that real quickly since I saw it. Let's see here. Bigham's calls them pods. Yeah. Did anybody, so yesterday, speaking of pods, yesterday we've had this happen in the past. Maybe you guys remember some of the names better than I do. I feel like one of them was Iceberg Research or something like that. I don't know if you remember some of these like really crazy research centers that come up, with hit pieces for FUD creation. And yesterday, Preacher went ahead and posted this. This is Value Engine. I haven't had a chance to go and check out Value Engine yet, but that's probably one of the very first things I would do is check out Value Engine and see who they are, how long they've been around for, what they, what's the deal here. Never heard of it before, but Sector Report, they have valuation top overvalued stocks, and they got AMC listed second on the page here. So, and it's these kind of reports right here that just suddenly come through with that out of nowhere from some company you've never heard of. I've never heard of Value Engine. I don't know what that is, but I haven't done any research into Value Engine either. So, let me see here. Probably should look it up. Let me see how they spelled it here. Oh, it's just VALU. Got it. One of the things I tend to do whenever I'm looking into a company like this, I like to go to Wayback. These guys are saying that their back testing and accompanying studies start from January 1991, so they're claiming to have been around for quite a while. So let me check this out real quick here. We're going to go back to Wayback, and we're going to see how far back their actual website actually goes here. This is it is not one of the most up-to-date standardized websites I have ever seen in my entire life. Actually, let me take off my, this might blind you guys here. Hold on. Yeah, there's nothing special about this website whatsoever. This is very, very generic, low budget website for sure. But let's it almost looks like, yeah, this is old. Let's go to Wayback, and I'll check out over here and see how far back this goes. Wayback Machine is an internet archive that we'll check and see how long they capture website pages frequently, and to see, and you can pull up the, like, if you have the HTTP address for the website, you can just simply plug it in, and they'll show you how long it's been around for. They'll show you screenshots from what it looked like from the past to current. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, I got data. It looks like I got screenshots from that website going back to 2007. Maybe 2000, the end portion of 2006, and then nothing before. Let's see here. Let's go back to, looks like 17th of December was the first capture. Okay, yep. This is what the capture produced from, when did I say this was? 2006. December 2006. We have a snapshot of what, and it doesn't look like their website has improved any. Oh, and look here, our backtesting and accompanying studies cover the period starting from January 1985. So this is actually, that's stating something a little bit different than what they're stating now. It does say copyright 1998-2000 down at the bottom of the page here on this screen capture. And if you look at their current website, I guess I should post this here. Their current website is saying that it was copyrighted 1998 to 2020. So maybe it's only really necessarily been, they've only had a copyright on their name since 1998. So it's been around for a while. But perhaps I will take a look at their website here and see what they're all about. Perhaps maybe later in the day, and see perhaps maybe what affiliations they may or may not have to financial institutions trading in the marketplace. It's always interesting to see what those ties are. Whether it be employees or who knows, whatever connections there might be there. Albert says, I once knew a shill named Shelley who shilled shell companies. She was a little coastal fishing village. Shelley shilled shells by the seashore. 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 Yeah. Give me 1 second here. I want to try to port something from my phone to the PC. Give me 1 second while I attempt to do so. Can I email this to myself? Yeah. I thought There was one specific thing that I saw in my dad's review, one of his most recent review in his DDR4, or I guess it's just the documents that were sent to me. I thought it was a really cool one. Let me pull this up real quick here. This is my chance to be able to just share with you guys. You'll know you'll know partially where I get this from. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull this up. On many occasions, I've had you guys say, "Casey, you stay so calm, and you've been my lighthouse through all of this." And I go like, "Well, I don't know about that, but you know, let's." I was reading through this review here. Let's see if I can. Come on, open it up. Did I download it? Ooh, hold on a second here. I need a password. All right. Oh, this is not the one. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Here we go. This is the best part. This is great. I was reading through this. I was just reading through some of the documentation here, and this is the part here that specifically. Let me see, I guess I should take a screenshot of this so I can draw on it. This is the one. This is the one section right here that really kind of stood out in my mind because of some of the things you guys have said. No matter what level of stress, he is always calm and effective, and imparts this feeling to others around him. I was sitting there going like, you guys are always like, you always say like, Casey, you calm us down. You make us feel better when things are tough. And it's like, yeah, I get that from my dad. In case you were wondering, I can't take credit for it. It strictly comes from him. So yeah, cool. Oh, iceberg research. That's what it was. I couldn't remember what it was. It was something like, I knew it was something relating to like icebergs or ice or something like that. Yeah, Papa Mac, that's right. Iceberg researchers motto: let us help make you green. I don't remember that part, but yeah, iceberg research was definitely. I think that was one of them. There was a couple other ones. A lot of them stemmed around like either water or ice of some form or another. They were always kind of weird. Those are way, way back in the day, man. Those are like 2021 topics that we used to talk about when there was a bunch of different research companies that would come out and talk crap about AMC. Not yet, but Donkey Kong, man. We got to hit $90. That's when you want to start getting excited. At some point, you wait for 90, man. Once you see my beard come off, then you can let loose. Start dancing a little jig. You can start doing your happy hump day. I mean, we are moving pretty quickly here, and touching all over this Bollinger Band, which means we're going to be seeing a little bit of a retracement back down to at least the simple moving average. Which is that red line that's sitting right there. We are getting some somewhat decent volume here. It's not incredibly good. Anything over 60,000 shares a minute is usually pretty decent. And this one particular minute here was 266,000 shares. But what we really want to see is average minutes that are over like 300,000 shares a minute. There's 390 minutes in the actual trading day. Right, so if you were to take, let's say, for example, that we wanted to hit 100 million shares traded in a single day, right? Like that's a lot, considering the fact that there's only 263 million outstanding. You know, having 100 million shares traded, or a little less than half of the entire amount of outstanding shares would be pretty significant, right? So if you take 100 million shares and you divide it by 390, then what you need to see is about 256,000 shares a minute. That's the average volume that you need to be seeing. So when we have one candle in here that's around 200, it's around that amount. That's great, but every single one of these candles needs to be that high, and a lot of these are really only in like the 100K range. So we need to see a lot more volume than we're seeing currently. But typically speaking, anything over 60,000 it would be ideal. Actually, over 100,000 would be ideal. That's what I would constitute as being very large quantities of volume. Nope, we got a ways to go for that. I actually wrote down the numbers this morning. I didn't write down the numbers this morning when I was supposed to. When I took a look at the 1 hour, I mean, it's time to take a look at the numbers, so we'll do that here in just a second. We'll take a look at the 1 hour and 4 hour time intervals for the Ichimoto cloud, and I'll write down the numbers for you guys as far as what the cloud would suggest that the extra buying pressure would come in at. So we'll take a look at that. It is numbers time, though. So let's do this. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Excuse me. I'm parched this morning. I need to go grab myself a Red Bull or something. You know what? Actually, before I do start the numbers, I'm going to go do that. I'm going to go grab a quick Red Bull. I need a little extra wetness to my whistle this morning. Be right back. Alrighty, here we go. Let's crack this bad boy open here. I keep these in reserve. I don't drink Red Bulls like constantly, guys. Don't worry about me. I used to. Now I have like maybe one a week. Maybe. Sometimes it's not even one a week. But I keep some on hand just in case. You never know when you need a wet whistle. Whistle's wet. Say that a couple times fast. Let's see here. Since I've got you guys on the other page here, remember I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I ain't going to see it. But let's take a look and see what we got going on with these numbers here for the day today. Transferring some screens around. All right. Congratulations to Apex for getting an extra bonus point. Oh, wait a minute. Why didn't that show up? Okay. He got an extra bonus point this morning for his price prediction yesterday. He was exactly 10 cents off of the price. He had 401 for an average price closing. We closed at 411, so he got an extra bonus point. Nobody was within 10 cents of his price prediction, so that's why he got that extra bonus point yesterday. So he is now leading out the week here with only one more trading day besides today to go. So we've got some work to do today to try and catch him. Short exempt volume was since our volume was a little bit lower yesterday, we had about 15 million in volume, which was 2 million less than the previous day. We ended up only having 116.1 thousand in March short exempt volume. Utilization, I updated it earlier this morning, and Ortex just wasn't having it yet. Apparently, they just were lagging in reporting, but it's up. And we'll look over this data here in just a minute, but 32.62 is what it went up to. The total amount of price movement that we had yesterday, we were down 2.38%. Max pain did not change for us. We're still at 450. So we started out the week at 5. I'm not sponsored by Red Bull, but Red Bull, if you want to send me some free Red Bulls, I'm okay with it. Max pain is 450. Off exchange, I wouldn't take any sponsorships, but let's see. We got to take a look here at off exchange volume. By this time of the day, I would expect to see probably about what are we at? 44% usually by this time of the morning going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Currently, we're at 51.34% going through off exchange. EDGX is 7.9. The combined total 59.24%, or about 5.24% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the morning. 5,000 shares going through CHX. By the way, last night, guys, if you were listening earlier this morning when we ran through the numbers, there was just dang near 30,000. It was just underneath 29,000 and some change shares going through CHX, which I consider 30,000 to be a lot of shares, and does appear to be settlements that are occurring or failure to delivers that are being delivered, and can oftentimes be one of the signals, a beginning and end signal for price movement. So if we start seeing some price movement upwards and we start seeing CHX volume, we already did see it rise yesterday. That could be that they're looking for some shares right now, and there may be some upwards momentum in price movement while they try to find those shares. When we do see that CHX hit really high numbers again, that will probably be the end signal for the search for the. That means the shares have been found, and they have no longer a problem with finding shares. So we did see an elevated amount of CHX volume though yesterday. Today it's currently at 5,000 shares, which is elevated for this time of the day. GME CHX volume this morning is sitting at 400 shares, nothing unusually large there. Also 30,000 is the key number for GME. Taking a look at institutional ownership this morning, it did not change from yesterday to 39 or at 39.665 million shares owned by institutions, according to Fintel. I just refreshed it. It still has not changed. Taking a look at options. Give it 1 second here while it refreshes. Excuse me. All right. Come on. You can do it. Yes, yesterday our highest amount of call and put volumes were at a $4 strike for both. Both. No change. Both of them were $4. I mean, there was change throughout the day, but they ended up the day both at $4. Highest amount of volume so far for the day-to-day on calls, coming in at a $4.50 strike, which is a little bit higher, 50 cents higher than what it ended at yesterday. Currently, we've got about 5.3 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day. That is, I kind of think by this time of the morning, about 3,500 contracts kind of average for us. So that's definitely elevated volume on those calls. At a $4 strike for puts, we had about 6,000 contracts in volume so far this morning. So definitely elevated amounts of volume on both. Hopefully what we're seeing there is volume in newly created call contracts and closing $4 puts. And if it is, that would help explain why price is moving the way that it is. More than likely. So market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 at this time. Let's take a look at Ortex. Since we didn't get a chance to see the numbers earlier this morning and they're now finally updated, our short share interest of the free float is definitely up this morning, up to 9.94. Ortex is still reporting no borrowed shares yet this morning. We know that's not necessarily the case, but they're still not reporting anything through where Ortex is collecting their data from. And let's take a look at the big picture here, what our numbers look like, because we didn't get a chance to do that earlier. Utilization day over day is up. And it's actually following the almost same kind of incline momentum upwards. It went from 31.11% utilization to 32.62. The on-loan amount increased as well from 21.59 million shares on loan to 22.6, which means we had exactly 1.01 million shares, new shares on loan day over day. Yesterday we were up 3.91, so quite a big difference over 2 days' time. 1.01. Of course, that means Ortex is probably going to guesstimate about a third of that in being new short interest, and so that means they're probably going to guesstimate somewhere around like 333,000 shares probably. So that means let's see what they estimated. They estimated an increase in short share interest of the free float from 9.79 to 9.94. So 0.15. Excuse me. I got some. This Red Bull's not sitting right. And we got about 263.1 million shares outstanding, which means Ortex is estimating about 394,000 shares of that 1.01 million was in new short interest. So they're estimating a little bit on the high side here compared to what they're normally estimating. It's not high by my standards or anything. It's just based off of what I've seen them do in the past. On loan average age per day. So you've got like yesterday we had a total of 21.59 million shares on loan, and then suddenly the next day we have 1 million more new shares on loan. I feel like that's enough to probably cause the on loan average age per day to probably not be moving up. However, in this case, I think it is going to be moving up though. Normally I would say it's probably flatlined to maybe slightly down. Oh, okay. It is moving down. I'm a little surprised by this because a million share. Okay, that's really weird. Yesterday, I could have sworn the on loan average age per day went up when the on loan amount went up by 3.91 million, but I'm seeing it showing down now. I mean, it makes sense. You got a million new shares out of 20 million shares that are on loan. Seeing it go down is kind of expected. 27. So it dropped from 28.03 days to 27.31 days. So there is a dropping on that. Do remember, this is one of the key indicators that I look at for a potential price improvement showing up in the futures. And I would suggest that when this finds a bottom, as it starts rising, give us a 15 day trading day timer, and we'll be seeing probably likely a big price increase incoming. Taking a look at security lending volume day over day, it did decrease from 6.02 million down to 2.56 million. MMRI this morning, you can see here there's been a little bit of volatility in the 2-year and 10-year yields. Only the 10-year is going to be affecting the MMRI, but it is up from 262.9, I think is what I had written down right there, to it is now 264.93. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield earlier this morning when I measured it was approximately 0.237. It is now 0.229, so it is decreasing, normalizing. Getting tighter. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $3.70. I'm showing 2.6 million shares available to be borrowed. Earlier this morning, we had documented about 2.2 million shares having been borrowed, and since having been returned, it looks like they have borrowed within the last hour or so another 200,000 shares here. So we're looking at about 2.4 million documented borrowed shares for the day today. Obviously, some of those being returned already. And fees have dropped from 0.8% to 0.6%. There's currently 257.9 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 9.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 35,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 86.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.9, Dow Jones is down 0.1, and the S&P 500 is up 0.37. We have 3,169 Advancers to 2,523 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. 3169. I write these numbers down. I don't know if you guys can tell or not. Let's see here. Out of the Magnificent Seven, 6 out of the 7 are in the green. Big bank movers for the day today. We don't have any bank earning reports today that I noted down as ones that I was kind of curious about. The only one that we have left that I'm really kind of I might focus on at some point or another is State Street has their earnings report on Friday tomorrow. I don't even have State Street listed up on here. I only have BlackRock. I think is the only long institution that I have listed up here, but for AMC. But let's take a look here and see what we got going on these financial institutions. I'm only going to look for things that are plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change. FRC is down 2.86. FRC or First Horizon is up 4.15. Let's see here. Some red, some green. Kind of mixed numbers here right now, but not a whole lot of big movers. Gold is currently up 0.39 and is trending up. Silver is up 0.3 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 0.4 and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.04 and trending, we're going to call it up. It's still trending up. Oil is down 1.15 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.01 to 0.09 and are consolidating. SPY is up 0.42. You notice SPY's page here is a little bit darker or a little greater area in here. If I take you guys out to, I think it was a 1 hour chart, maybe? Yeah. On a 1 hour chart here, and I'm going to get rid of the Bollinger Bands just so this is a little bit easier to see. You can see I've got a line here at around 477.63 that goes all the way across, meaning it's not part of my Fibonacci retracement that I have here from the past. And essentially what I was identifying was a bottom level of support and a top level of resistance, meaning a bullish wedge or a bullish triangle. And in this bullish triangle, it should break out of the top side of this. The period of time that I identified as a possible breakout point was somewhere this week as that point, and we've had multiple tops up here at that 477 range, and I have a feeling that we'll be seeing a breakout to the top side on this. That's kind of what I've got outlined here based off the technical analysis I'm seeing, and you can see the points of resistance and support that are in some of the price movement that's in here, and see where we're holding up at or where maybe the sticking points are. Current price 473.87 is just underneath one of the Fibonacci levels of what I would consider to be resistance right now at 474.06. So maybe some consolidation and then a breakout into the next one, 475.89. Let's see. Taking a look at the VIX this morning, it is down to 2.77 and trending down. Market open this morning, it did drop down to about 1437. The futures were showing about 1515 for VIX, which is still higher than where we're at currently. So we may be seeing this reversing at some point. VBR is up 0.39 and is let me put this back on a 1 minute. Currently trending up. VB is up 0.49 trending up. Tesla is down 0.62 trending down. Amazon is up 0.46 trending down. Cinemark is up 0.92 and slightly trending up. Doge is down 0.21 trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.22 trending up. GME is up 2.77 trending up. HYMC is down 0.92 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.83 and it opened up this morning but then started trending down. Hood is up 1.27 and consolidating. And AMC is up 2.44 and trending up. We did hit the Bollinger Band all the way up here to $4.30, almost $4.31, and then fell back down. It looks like we're retesting the simple moving average If we could see price holding at that simple moving average, we may see a continuation once RSI has cooled off a little bit, which it looks like it has already. We could see a continuation on further price improvement as long as we hold support there at that simple moving average. And let's see here. This is the part that was being asked of me a little bit ago here. We'll take a look at the Ichimoto here and see where the cloud is. But as it stands right now, we're at about $600,000 more inflow than outflow for the day-to-day. 4.24 million shares traded. We're definitely getting larger quantities of volume today than we normally are. So we're on pace for about 32.42 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares traded for the day today. So we're already within that range. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.3, which is signaling below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.43, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.22, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.48, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at that Ichimoto cloud that you wanted to see here. Here's what we got going on for us on the 1-hour time interval. The lagging line is just barely above the price line right now where we're at. Conversion did cross over in the pre-market hours of this morning. We are in this on the next candle, provided price is above the conversion, which would be at $4.20. As long as we can open up that next candle above that, we should be pretty close to a buy signal, which would be outside of the cloud here. But the signal, you see the cloud is dropping for the end of the day today. The sooner we can hit a candle that's like breaking above that, the more we might see a chance at some additional buying pressure kicking into the market. Otherwise, if we close out the day today at the bottom side of this cloud here, we'll see a stall out around 425, very likely, which is okay. As long as we get buying pressure going into tomorrow to break through the cloud at around 440. So that's where we stand on a 1-hour time interval. On a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is below price line, conversion's below base. The cloud is way, way, way up here. To get the lagging line above price line for the day-to-day, we're going to have to see a price of probably around $5. And I know at $5, it's questionable as to whether or not the conversion would cross through the base at $5. I have a feeling probably not. You would probably need to see something more in the range of maybe like 525-ish, maybe. And at that point, we might as well just break through the cloud. And at the end of the day today, the cloud's around $5.60. So where are the buy pressure points at? On the 1-hour cloud for right now, getting price above 425 is going to be key. Between now and 1 o'clock this afternoon, getting above 425 is a key push point. But buy pressure won't last for very long. It'll only probably take us up to about 435. A push beyond the cloud for the day-to-day by the end of the day would be somewhere in the range of around $4.53. So I would say 455. That's what I'm going to write down on my board, is 455 is going to be the first push point on the 1-hour time interval. And then on the 4-hour time interval, getting the lagging line above price line again is going to be about $5. But I don't think that the buy signal really kicks in until about 525, and the cloud starts by the end of the day around 511. So really you'd have to see a price above the cloud. So we're looking at 560, which drops tomorrow a little bit to about 5. It's actually still about 560 tomorrow too. Some of the bigger drops go into next week for buying pressure. So 455 and 560 are the two numbers. All right. That's all I've got for you guys. And Uh-oh. You guys are talking about, are you talking about something crashing here? What's going on here? What about options for tomorrow? What about options for tomorrow? What are you guys talking about? Pirate heard an explosion? Easter Beast, are you in the same area as Pirate? That's kind of... Let's see what... Is this something I should be... Should I be checking Reddit right now? Let me see here. I'm scrolling slowly through to see if I have anything here. Not seeing anything showing up just yet. I mean, it sounds like you may have just happened, so... Robert Benegas says, Casey, there are people holding AMC 1 and AMC 2 expiring this week. Yes. What about it? Whatever it is that you're hearing from the quote unquote explosion is not showing up on any kind of news just yet, so which may take a while. This is typically why I usually go to like social media for anything like that, and you can search it and just check and see. Let's see here. Nothing yet. Yeah, DC and Florida are a little bit apart. If you can see whatever's happening in DC and in Florida, DC doesn't exist anymore. That's why am I laughing at that? That's terrible. I don't know why I found that to be so funny. That is not funny. That is so not funny. I have no idea why I laughed at that. It was pyrotechnics from a nearby Nickelback concert. More than likely, that's probably the case. Maybe I just put Florida. I'm not really seeing anything showing up here. We'll probably hear about it later. So, I'm still confused. Going back to Robert Benegas and also Ali. What are you guys? What are you guys' question exactly in regards to options? What's the? Is there a concern? Is there a thought process? Like I don't know. I'm wondering like why you're asking. We've had plenty of other expirations, whether they be leaps or quarterlies. It doesn't matter what they are. Whenever we've seen these expire, nothing happens from it. So I've never seen anything produced from any of this. I will say that obviously, if we see some large portion of options that get exercised, it could put buying pressure on them on institutions. Over the next, couple weeks or so. So it would all, if you're inquiring as to what about those options that are expiring, the only way that we'll see some kind of price improvement is through an exercise positions, forcing the market to go out and find those shares. We had a gas explosion in was it Houston or Dallas? I feel like it was like Dallas or I can't remember if it was Houston or Dallas. Like just a week ago, like a sushi restaurant in a hotel ended up having a gas explosion. Let's see here. Yeah. Hold on a second. I gotta respond to Twisty real quick. Maybe it was Kenny's new house. I think he's on the other side of the state. We seem to be finding some level of support at the point of contact, which means we've seen a lot of volume coming in. Currently at our current price point here at around $4.20. What is it? $4.20, $4.21, around that range. So we are seeing a little bit of stabilization at that price point. We do have some considerable amounts of volume at like 422 to 423 range. So if we were to get a bump up and see price moving upwards, we should be able to jump past at least 423 and starting to fill in some volume, perhaps at anything between 423 and 430. Peter Hahn has tweeted out just a reminder that Evergrande was given a lifeline until January 29th. That's correct. Don't forget about that. Evergrande has that negotiations that are still underway to figure out how they're going to handle the bankruptcy. So time is ticking. Some people suggested, couldn't they just push it back further? Yes, except for they've already pushed it back a couple different times. At some point or another, somebody's going to force them to actually take care of it. So, and if I get my tortilla press today, I'll share that with you guys, and maybe for my break I'll make some tortillas and see if they turn out any better with a tortilla press. Congratulations, Bob. Oh my goodness, Angelina, that's crazy. Angelina saying, hi to everyone. Big hugs to Nana Ape. I'm still alive somehow despite hitting low of 55 below zero Fahrenheit in North Dakota. Holy crap, that is cold. Froze a pipe nearly. I don't even want to hear censored content complain anymore with his negative 42. Yeah, that is cold. North Dakota, my goodness. Yikes. 55 below zero. What do you... Does your breath freeze in front of your face? Can you make little clouds in the air that just fall? What happens at negative? Holy crap, that's cold. Sorry to hear about your frozen pipe and flooding. That one of these days, I feel like I'm going to be that unlucky recipient of that same situation where I end up getting some flooding due to a frozen pipe. This house is we've had a couple different freezes over the last couple years that have nearly gotten us in a bad situation. So I have a feeling eventually in the future I'll be with you on that, on a broken pipe somewhere. It broke a record. Yes, get frostbite in minutes. My goodness, that is so cold. I can't even, I have a hard time imagining. I've been in, I think, like sub-zero a handful of times, maybe -8. I don't even think I've ever been in double digits for sub-zero temperatures. My goodness, though, 50. I mean, that is really, really, 55 degrees is a lot. That's really, really low. I mean, think about this for a second, guys. The difference between being comfortable at 75 versus being uncomfortable at 100 is only a 25-degree difference. Imagine 0, because I'm sure most of us have been somewhere near at least 0 degrees at some point or another in our life. Imagine 0 and then now subtract 55 degrees from that, and imagine the uncomfortability that you would have at those kind of temperatures. I can't even. I'm quite honestly like how do you? I don't know. I don't know how you make it through that. I lost heat. We lost electricity here, and so we had no heat in the house. I stayed in the house because I was trying to keep the pipes from freezing. While my family evacuated the neighborhood to go to a neighborhood where there was electricity, and I stayed in the house here for like it was like 2 or 3 days with no heat, and it was I had so many layers on, and it wasn't even, I don't even think it was 0. I think it was like, it was low temperatures, like maybe 3, 4, 5 or something like that, but my goodness. That is so cold. Eyelashes freeze. Dang. My son forgot his gloves and almost got frostbite. I was so mad. That's crazy. Yeah, I need to, Bob. Oh my gosh. Island of Dr. Moreau, that is crazy. 20 to 25 below with wind chill. Oh, man. That's it. Just I can feel the cold pain. My bones in my body are like, no, don't want to do that. I wonder. You guys got me wondering now. I wonder how cold places. Because I've always wanted to move to Montana, and a lot of people. Every time I ever talk to somebody from Montana, I go like, I'd love to move up to Montana sometime, and they always go like, don't move here. It's too cold for you. And they, not knowing my life, or just I think most of the time they go like, oh, you're from Southern America, so you have no idea what cold's like. Well, I have lived north before. I lived in Eugene, Oregon. It's not that cold in Eugene, Oregon ever, but it does get kind of cold up in the northern part up there, and so I am used to some kind of level of cold, and not Montana levels of cold, but now I'm starting to wonder how cold Montana got more recently. I can only imagine. Nick, we do that. We normally do leave the pipes dripping. It doesn't always work. Daxter saying 67 here today with a wind chill of 67. What is that? I'm so confused by what that means. Like, if it's 67 and you have a wind chill of 67, does that mean it's 67, or does that mean that it's 0? Because I really don't know what that means. Meep. Nobody. Sounds to me like you got a nice summer going on right now. Yeah, well, that's what I kind of figured, Dexter, but I've never heard it referred to as that. Quite like the way you said it, though. I'm curious because it has been a long time since I've spent. I didn't move out of Eugene, Oregon until about, I think it was 2011 is when I left Eugene. Or yeah, I think it was I left Eugene. Or no, I left Arizona in 2000. I left Eugene, Oregon in 2003, I think. And I'm just kind of curious. So that's, we're looking at like 20 years, right? In 20 years' time, I am curious to know, do those of you who live in those areas that are hitting sub-zero numbers, are long johns still a thing for you guys? Like back in the day when, in the 80s and 90s when I used to go skiing, you always got your long johns. You put those on first before you threw on everything else. But long johns was the way to go. You had to have that like underlayering, that layer that soaks up all the sweat from the layers that you have on. You had to have your long johns. So now I'm just kind of curious, like, is the long john still a thing, or do they have something new now? I will never, after having worn long johns, I will never ever probably go to anything else unless somebody can prove to me that there's something better. No long johns? Apex says, F yeah, long johns under sweatpants for me all winter. It's the way to go. They're the coolest. I say coolest, not trying to be funny or anything, but they are really good at keeping you warm. It's such a thin. I think they're made out of cotton. I would assume they're made out of cotton. But they are so thin, you would think that they're not really going to be that great at keeping you warm, but they are magnificent in keeping you warm. I don't know why that is, but they are really, really good. Hazel, it is absolutely pretty. Go during June, July, August. Don't visit Oregon any other time of the year. June, July, August. You will have an amazing trip. It'll be beautiful. You won't see as much rain, if any. And the green that you will see is magnificent. It's a different kind of green than you've probably seen. It's a different kind of green than I've ever seen anywhere else. I've been around. It is magnificent, the beauty of it. Mad Harper is spot on too. Hold on a second here. I got to look this up here. I don't know what that is. Is that clothing? What is that? I don't know what that is. Oops. I'm just curious. I don't know what long johns are made out of. I would assume cotton. But I'm looking it up now. Cotton or polyester blend fabric with a waffle weave texture. I don't even know if it's the waffle weave texture or not. I feel like it has to have something to do with the fact on why they're so great at keeping you warm. But I didn't know that they made a cotton polyester blend fabric, which would obviously be softer on the skin, but and I guess it'd probably keep you warmer too. Polyester really is a good insulator. we're starting to get to that point into the day where reduction in volume and reduces price volatility. So we're definitely seeing a stalling out in both volume and price movement, and that does typically start to happen by about 10 a.m. Papa Mac, I feel like this is a joke. Do you know where they get virgin wool? Any place where there's no sheep herders. I'm guessing. Ugly sheep. Oh, that's a good answer too. Yep. Not a bad answer. Oh man. I'm not sure which answer I like better. I do like the ugly sheep. That's pretty funny. Have you ever seen an ugly sheep? If you have, you might be a sheep herder. We used to joke around about a cologne scent that we were going to manufacture called Sheep Herder's Mystery. I don't know. And I'm trying to remember the context behind why we had come up with that as a for some reason a cologne that would be something that would sell well. But Sheep Herder's Mystery was the title for it. Fun fact, Gore-Tex developed for the military has a weave so tight that it allows oxygen molecules to pass for breathability, but water has an extra molecule and thus is too large to penetrate. That's cool, man. I have never, by the way, just for reference, because I know you really care about this, I have never owned a one-piece Long Johns. I don't know, like a onesie. Never had one of those. I've only had the bottoms and tops separate. But now that I think about it, I think I want to own a pair. I'm going to have to try and check into that and see if I can't get myself a pair of those. It sounds like fun. It sounds like fun, but once I get it on, I'll probably be like, this is a pain in the butt. I don't know why. I just suddenly had an urge to buy a full onesie of a pair of Long Johns. It's probably the cold in the house that's making me say it. I've been pretty sick because of the too cold in North Dakota and avoiding pipe bursts that would have destroyed the house. Been staying indoors for weeks. Well, we're glad to see you back. Glad that you're able to be back. Papa Mac says, "Do they have a butt flap?" I don't know. Now that you mention it, Papa Mac, I'm gonna have to make sure it does have a butt flap, because if it doesn't, I probably won't buy them. Let me see here. You got me wanting to go online and check this out. I'm gonna do it on my break. I'm gonna go on my break later, and I'm gonna check out and see if I can't get myself a onesie Long John that has a butt flap in it. Good suggestion, Papa Mac. I appreciate that. That is great advice to look for. I was only thinking about something that opens in the front. I didn't even think about the back. The back's probably a really important piece to have as well. As well, a butt flap. I love it. Twisty, I have not seen that. Papa Max says, at my age, I think on those things a lot. Oh, man. Let me check through here and see if we've got any new notifications. Let's see here. That is not the realtor, Hayden. That is the pilot, Hayden. You've been away for a little bit, Angelina. That is our pilot, Hayden, JJ. JJ the plane. Let's see here. I'm checking X real quick here to see if there's anything interesting to read off here. South Korean regulators are making it abundantly clear that U.S. regulators are captured and not doing their jobs. This was posted by, I think I'm following this person. Let me just verify. Yeah, RTL Invest. And he, I'll just put it up on the screen here for you guys to see. He reposted Kristen Shaughnessy's post here. Let's hope they name the stocks that were targeted, the number of shares impacted, and how much money the crooks stole from investors. South Korea, this is a quote here, South Korea's financial watchdog said illegal short selling accounted for more than 20% of daily transactions in a number of stocks and vowed to continue working on rooting out such practices. In a statement following a Bloomberg report which showed naked short sale accounted for 0.001% of the total value of Korean shares traded over the last 2 years, the Financial Supervisory Service said it was looking at individual stocks rather than the total market to assess the seriousness of the issue. South Korea says illegal short sales had big impact on stocks. Here's the Financial Review posting here. If you guys want to take a look at that, maybe we should be sending suggestive thoughts to who they should be looking at specifically to help them in their research for that. Oh, this is pretty funny. What a shocker! Big impact. You don't say. Great post. Yep. I think I'll retweet that. Oh, I can't. Okay. That's lame. For whatever reason, I can't retweet it. Don't know why. Can I retweet this? Weird. I don't see anything else here showing up that's worth mentioning. Actually, no. I take that back. CPE. I see your. I see. I don't know if this is. I don't know if CPE's listening or not here, but he put in a post here 2 hours ago. Will you buy boxes of AMC Perfectly popcorn and hand it out on Valentine's Day? That's a good idea. 75%. I just voted yes on it. 75% of the people said yes.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
That's a pepperoni.
Hello, Casey.
How you doing today, sir?
I am very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good, thanks.
So, do you have any information on the lawsuit with Evergrande? That's what's supposed to happen in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's the 29th.
So I heard the Butcher of Wall Street last night saying that Citadel, the market maker, or I didn't actually understood, was going to buy a part of it. Is that right?
I saw something. I saw a news headline somewhere stating that they were looking to purchase some distressed assets out of that. So here's the thing. You know, if Citadel has a lot to lose from seeing certain things fail, then it's obviously going to be in their best interest to try and prevent those things from failing. If there's a specific portion of distressed monies, and if you remember, I don't know if did you see the movie Dumb Money? Did you see that?
Yeah.
So I think it was Plot. I think it was Plotkin or whoever it was that I can't remember who it was that Ken Griffin bailed out in the movie. But when he was actually bailing out a distressed hedge fund at the time, and so when you go back and you look at that, I think Citadel is in a position to where that's kind of the game that they have to play at this point. Whenever there's something that's really distressed. In order to keep things from failing across the board, they have to back it up. So I think that's a good thing. I think that applies more stress on their financials, and that's to me that's a good thing.
Do you believe they have enough capital to do that?
I don't know.
I mean, it's big.
I
mean,
a
small piece of the pie, you know.
Yeah, no, I know. I don't know. I guess maybe they do. I guess we're gonna find out.
How much of it do you think they will be able to purchase?
I have no idea.
They will still be buying it like pennies on a dollar.
Yeah, I have no idea.
So if they purchase all that, I mean, not all of it, but some of it, will everything that uses Evergrande as collateral will still be up to date, or will it have a slight decline?
I don't think anybody can use Evergrande positions as collateral. That's it's sub. No, there's no way they can use any of that as collateral.
Oh, so even if Citadel buys it?
Yeah, no.
Why did he buy it then?
Like I said, somebody else is holding some bags that are going to probably destroy them, and if they don't take ownership and whoever it is that's holding those bags gets destroyed, whether it could be a bank, for all I know, it could be a bank that's that will go under if they have to hold those bags. And so if Citadel purchases it and takes it off their books and prevents the bank from being crushed, then it in the long run it helps Citadel out on being crushed as well. They can't afford to let it just go. You know, it's a house of cards, right? Like, and as soon as if you start flicking out cards at the bottom of the base of the house, well, it actually really doesn't matter where you flick them out from, but if you start knocking out, the bottom of the base of all these positions that are being held, things start unwinding, and it's the whole concept of having like a dead fish in the barrel. As soon as one dies, everybody else dies. It's infectious. So that's why you see the Fed going in and bailing out all these banks with the BTFP program. They had to. If they didn't do that, then there was going to be a lot more failures in the system.
Okay, I understand. So, no, I'm so curious how much of it they will be able to purchase or they will purchase. Where is that
Yeah.
line they have? Is there any way we can find out? No, what?
We may see some kind of news article that comes through, maybe.
But I don't think it will be ahead of the trial.
No, it'd probably be a part because the whole part of the trial is to talk about how they're going to proceed with the bankruptcy, and so if they've negotiated some kind of dealings between, since they needed more time, that's what the time was for, is to negotiate dealings on how to proceed with this. My guess is that getting financial institutions to buy off or be a part of holding some of this baggage is probably part of that deal, right? And so these are the kind of things that we'll probably find out down the road in the future once the hearing goes through. We'll find out who the key players are and perhaps the bankruptcy proceedings. But there's no way. I don't think there's any way of knowing in advance.
No, I don't think there's any way of knowing either. But I don't actually think that it will be only Citadel that will buy some of it. I think a lot of institutions will go around and buy a piece of it.
Yep. Rocco says 280 million Kenny G buy portion of Evergrande.
$280 million or 280 billion?
Million is what he put down.
Millions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at this price, 280 million is a lot.
That's 280 million is a fair amount. Yeah. I'm not sure where Rocco's getting that. He probably searched that on the news. Probably looked up like Citadel and Evergrande or something. Let's see here. All right, check this out. I just pulled this up here, and I'd have to kind of research the validity of this. But the very first thing I pulled up here was a post on AMC Reddit that's saying that Citadel had a $4 billion investment tied to Evergrande. So it seems like they may have. And of course, I'd have to dive into this to see here. Let's see. They do provide a link. The link takes me to an SEC filing. The filing is for, let's see here. Holy crap. There's a lot of reading here. I would have to really comb through this one. There's a lot here for me to go through, but yeah, there's too much for me to read. This is extremely extensive.
Let me know.
Yeah, I would have to. This is a Form S1. Who is it filed by? Let me see if I can just find that information. I don't see who this is. I would need some time to look over this. But anyways, it looks like there is some potential links there.
Well, of course there is something there, Casey. They won't go around and buy a piece of a failing company in a probably failed state under this economy for no reason at all. I mean, or maybe they actually realize if things will change with America's leadership, if I mean Donald Trump will become president, they realize that he will do everything in his power to have a better relationship with China, you know? And maybe this is why they want to be there ahead of time.
Where is this comment? This is so. I'm reading something here, and I'm trying to find the source for this. This is saying that Evergrande or Citadel can use commercial paper and bonds as collateral and receive 100% credit on par value for them. But I'm trying to look to see if I can find the source for this. But when I click on the link, it doesn't take me to anything that shows a source. So I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that I already read someplace that oh, here it is. Citadel can use Chinese commercial paper and bonds as collateral and receive 100% credit on par value for them once Evergrande is declared bankrupt and has a D status. The hedge funds can no longer use the Chinese paper and bonds as collateral. I could have sworn that already happened. When was this posted? Oh, that was 2 years ago. Okay, so it says here Citadel can use Chinese commercial paper and bonds as collateral and receive 100% credit on par value for them. That was the case at one point. I'm pretty sure that the status has already been marked down on those positions and that they are no longer able to use those collateral. This comment was posted 2 years ago, and it says once it's declared bankrupt and has a D status, they already declared it bankrupt. I'm pretty sure they're going through the ability to be. So maybe I don't know. As a result, they are unable to meet multi-billion-dollar margin requirements and must sell shares to cover margins or close short positions. Yeah. I think you're right. I think there is, there's a reason why they're probably putting more money into it.
See, I was thinking now that I don't remember who said 280 millions. It's irrelevant at this point. They will use these 280 millions to buy these derivatives and use it as paper or collateral to keep on going the way they are.
Yeah,
This
I don't think they can, man, because there's certain requirements for the collateral that's held, and then you can't be putting into things that have a low rating. It just won't count. It has to have like a certain grade for the position to be counted as collateral. So I don't know if that would necessarily. I'm not an expert in terms of knowing the details on this, but I can't imagine that they would be able to use any monies that were tied into that bankruptcy proceedings as some form of collateral. What they may be trying to do is prevent further losses for whatever they already do hold.
So maybe the required time it was for them to calculate all the assets that they will lose if this thing fails.
Well, not if it fails. It already has failed. But more about trying to continue to be able to pull out something at all. You know, to make it really simple, let's say you had 10 apples in my apple market that you were a part of, right? And then my apple market goes under, and now you only have a valuation of maybe like 2 apples. But you're counting on getting those 2 apples, but the only way that you're going to get maybe 1 apple back instead of 2 is if you throw a little bit more money at it in order to get 1 apple. I'm just trying to make it like real simple, right? Like, you know, like there's a possibility that maybe they're throwing more cash at it in hopes that they get, you know, something back instead of nothing. Or Meep actually has a good point too. Maybe it'll allow them to keep it as unrealized losses and keep it open to give them more time. Yeah, that could be another possibility as well too. Because
So they go on.
Yeah, so once he brings up a really good point. You know, once they have to actually realize the losses of the position, then they have to report that, and that's going to look really, really, really super bad on their books. And reporting that is probably not ideal, regardless of whether or not they're even able to use it as collateral. It could just be buying time.
Oh no, that's a good point.
Yep.
That's a very good point.
It is a good point.
Very good point. So they will still be under 200 and so millions by the end of January.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does 280 million count?
Well, I mean, that's
this?
what we're seeing. That's what was reported there by I forgot the name that reported that, but yeah, that's what he's reporting. I haven't seen any official numbers yet, but that's what's being reported, I guess.
Is this amount of money like, you know, a stepping stone for them, or is it just, you know, like it's $10 for us?
That's a great question. It's not an answer I could have for you.
That's the best deal you're gonna get.
Good morning, Yucca. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning.
Oh, wait. Hold on a second here. I almost forgot.
What up?
Welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, real quickly here, Pirate did post me a picture of the smoke trail after the explosion that he heard. Hold on a second here, and I'll post that up for you guys. Kind of a cool little smoke trail winding up from the ground going up into the sky there. Not sure if you guys can see that or not.
What is that, a volcano?
It is now. It looks like it went up kind of over to the side a little bit, up, and then this way. I guess if they would have done like some kind of rocket launch, something like that, and the rocket, maybe they blew it up after it failed to achieve proper orientation as it was heading upwards. Self-destruct.
It hit the dome.
It hit the dome. That's it. Yep, that's definitely what it is. It hit the dome. Here's another good picture here. Hold on a second. Another picture. This one's a little bit more clear. I'll tell you what that sound was. It was the sound of freedom. Oh, man. Papa Mac says, I think it was a library as the smoke seems to be going up in volumes. Wait, hold on a second here. I got you covered, Papa Mac. Hold on a second here. There you go. You'll be here all day. The smoke trail looks like a sideways dome. Flat Earth confirmed. There it is. Guys, did I pass the 10 o'clock numbers? Holy crap. Numbers time. I think I'm way past you on numbers. I just realized it. I don't know how I managed to do that, but I did. So let's take a look at these numbers real fast here, and we'll try to get through these as quick as possible because I don't have much more time before we'll be doing them again here. Let me move my pages around, and we will get into this. Let's see here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange rate around 60% or about 49% going through. Since I'm a little bit late today, it would probably be a little bit higher than 60%, maybe like 61% total going through those exchanges. But as it stands right now, we've got about 58.1% going through off exchange alone, which is already a high number. And EDGX is 7.22, the combined total 65.32 or 5.32% more than I would normally expect 25 minutes ago when I would have been normally doing numbers. So it's still these numbers are pretty high for the day to day. CHX volume is 5,301, a lowish number. GME's CHX volume for the day to day is at 2,943. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was no shares having been acknowledged as having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day. It is now showing a reporting of a return of about 540,000 shares, which will cause the estimated short share interest of the free float percentage to drop to 9.86%. The cost to borrow mins at 1.02, average is 1.02, and the max is 1.02, which means there's only been one borrowing of shares for the day-to-day, and it's for a single amount as a percentage. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased again 2 days in a row of what I would consider to be kind of significant increases for the day. It increased by 1.01 million to 22.6 million shares on loan, and Ortex is estimated about 394,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $4.50 strike, with 5.3 thousand contracts this morning, which is pretty elevated in my opinion. I mean, normally I feel like it's about 3,500, and so by this time of the day, I would expect maybe somewhere around like 6,000 to 7,000, somewhere around there. Let's see where we're at right now. Highest amount of call volume is still at a $4.50 strike. Like I said, 5.3 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 10.9. So we're still on a really high pace of volume at that $4.50 strike. And a $4 strike for puts, the highest amount of volume was there an hour ago with 6,000 contracts. It's now 7.3 thousand contracts. And we're starting to see some volume starting to pick up a little bit too at 4.5, 5, and 5.5 on puts. When those start to close out, that will help to increase price as closing puts suggest that price is not going to continue to move down further. Taking a look at MMRI. Earlier this morning it was at 264.93. It's now 264.86. Not really much of a change. It's just a smidgen lower. Let's see here. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year yield. He said spread. Right now is currently at 0.223. An hour ago it was at 0.229, so it is normalizing a little bit further. Not much, really not much at all. Almost pretty much the same thing. Same. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $3.70. There's 2.4 million shares available to be borrowed. That's an additional 200,000 shares more having been borrowed in the last hour, putting us at a grand total of 2.6 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. I think yesterday was about 2.7 or 2.8. I can't remember. I think it was 2.8 yesterday. So we're really close to about the same amount of borrowed shares as yesterday. Fees at 0.6%, down from 0.8 earlier. Taking a look at the market's indices right now, we have NASDAQ up 1.22, Dow Jones is down 0.06, and SP 500 is up 0.51. There's 3,000 decliners to 2,781 advancers. The market is more declining this hour than it is an hour ago, and declining overall. So seeing a little bit of a reversal this morning. The other direction here, of the Mag 7, all but one are in the green this morning. Big financial institutional movements for the day today. He said movements. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change for the day today is going to get a shout out. Coinbase is so close. I'm just going to shout it out. Oh, no, never mind. It just flipped on me there. All right. Coinbase is not getting a shout out. First Horizon is getting a shout out, though. So is FRC. FRC is down 2.86. First Horizon is up 3.32. U.S. Bancorp, which had its earnings report on Wednesday, is down again today, down 3.69%. Seeing some further losses there. In fact, nope, never mind. I was going to say that they're getting ready to move to a higher up on my list here. Remember, the higher the bank, the financial institution is on my list here, the more distressed it probably is. Gold is currently up 0.52 and is trending up. Looks like it may be getting a little bit of a reversal kicking in here after hitting all over that Bollinger Band. Silver is up 0.62, also trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.82 and starting to trend down after a trend up, getting a reversal. DXY is up 0.07, still trending up. It hasn't quite, it kind of moved into some consolidation here, but the overall trend is still up, I believe. Oil is up 1.35 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities, we've got BlackRock's down 0.03, but Vanguard's is up 0.07, and both of them are actually, BlackRock's are trending up and Vanguard's are consolidating. SPY is up 0.54 and trending up. VIX is down 3.45 and is consolidating after its drop earlier this morning. VBR is up 0.12 and is starting to trend down after a trend up. VB is up 0.28 and trending down. Tesla is down 1.42 and trending down. Amazon is up 1.27, trending up. Cinemark up 1.36, trending up. Doge is down 1.03 and trending, breaking a trend up into a trend down. Bitcoin is down 0.57, breaking an uptrend into a trend down. GME is up 4.65 and had moved into a period of consolidation very much like AMC had and is now trending back up again. AMC and GME looking very much in alignment today. HYMC is down 4.13 and trending down. NCMI is down 0.12 and slightly trending down. Hood is down 0.19 and looks like it's starting to consolidate a little bit after a downtrend. AMC is up 4.3 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately just about, almost, not quite $1 million more inflow than outflow. 6.17 million shares traded so far for the day today after approximately 123 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 19.56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. It's kind of making me sweat a little bit here, unless we start seeing some volume, which we are starting to see here a little bit. Get me sweating on my volume prediction. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.57, which is signaling below average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.5, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.06, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.7, which is above average. And with that, I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp. Let's see here. Nate says, so is this Evergrande thing like DCA on it to try and break even? Maybe. David Litz Media says, I live down here by the Kennedy Space Center. I've seen every single launch since the 80s. Thousands of them. I have some of them on my YouTube channel and social media. David Litz Media, I am looking up your YouTube channel right now. I wanted to be an astronaut. There's a couple different jobs I wanted to do as a kid. I feel like I'm saying something that like every kid experienced at some point or another. If you grew up in the 80s, wanted to be an astronaut. I so badly wanted to be an astronaut or a pilot or both. And so I think that is so cool. I had a chance to go down and do a special tour of Cape Canaveral since my dad worked in the Air Force. In the Pentagon. He actually had a lot of friends that he knew from that were working down at NASA. And so we got a private tour of the NASA facility, which is where I got to learn about gantries and all that kind of good stuff, and absolutely fell in love with the idea of working for NASA. It's always been like a dream of mine to, one day perhaps maybe work for them. And just because I think it's cool to say like I work for NASA. That would be just so cool. Who cares what you do? I could be a janitor. I'd be like, I work for NASA. I mean, what do you do? Sanitary conditioning, or something like that. Who cares? You work for NASA. But I think that is really, really cool that you get to do that. I used to enjoy going with, I say used to enjoy. There was one time that I had an opportunity to go with my grandparents to go see the space shuttle land in California. I think it was in California, wherever it is that they've got the runway that they used to have. Maybe it's Nevada. I'm not sure exactly where it was, but we went and saw that, and I absolutely loved it. I think it is really super cool that you do that. So let me pull up your live stream here and or your channel. I always like to. Anybody who's here, I'd like to. David Litz Media. Hold on a second.
Did you know that NASA originated from the Nazis?
Did it originate from the Nazis, or did the program have a lot of Nazis that were brought into it from? Yeah.
Okay,
so I'd probably say that a little bit differently.
Working for the Nazis, if you look from that.
They're.
You don't have to. You don't have to work at NASA to be an ass. And not.
Why do you have so much hatred for NASA? What's the deal, dude? What's why you
It's that.
why are you hating?
It's that ton.
You're breaking up, Yucca. You're breaking up on me, man. You get that cotton ball out of your mouth.
I said it's that long tongue that they have on their logo.
You're
Yeah,
still
Yuka, get under there. Get out from under there, Yuka.
get your fist out of your mouth.
Get your fist out of your mouth and put your face out of under.
Something's wrong with your
Under
your,
the-
your microphone. It's cutting out.
You think so?
No, it's like muffled.
Is it?
It's really muffled. Yeah.
Is it
Say
still
it.
muffled?
I can only tell when you're saying something in a long sentence. So say what you were saying again because I missed it.
Oh, yeah. It's just with the problem with the hatred is not the hatred, is that I can't stand that long reptilian tongue that's embedded in their logo.
Reptilian tongue embedded in their logo. Hold on a second. Now you gotta make. Now I'm looking. Hold on a second. Hold on. That is not a tongue. What the hell are you talking about? That is not a tongue.
Oh, yes, it is.
That is not a
is
tongue. That is not a tongue.
That is a reptilian tongue.
That is not
All right.
a tongue. Hold on a second here. I'm pulling it up so everybody can. I want everybody to have their own thought process on this here. So I'm pulling it up so we can check it out together here. Hold on a second. I put it up on the screen.
Oh no! I'm gonna mute myself while I order my coffee here.
Okay, you do that. This apparently is the reptilian tongue. You know what? Actually, I could probably just screenshot this. Hold on a second. I just don't know about you, Yucca. I don't know, man. I feel like you it's not like you've changed, but you've gone full conspiracy theorist on me now. And it's just like, it's so... I'm guessing that this is like this is what we're suggesting is this giant tongue from, I don't know, reptilian tongue in here.
Oh yeah, you know that's right. That and they love eating. They love feeding us Taco Bell with that reptilian eye.
Dude, I don't know, man. Reptilian tongue.
But wait, go. You were gonna show them the YouTube video, YouTube channel.
Yeah, I got it pulled up here. David Litz Media. I've got him pulled up here. I hadn't forgotten about him yet. I had it pulled up, but you took me out on a. It looks like he's playing a lot of Warzone. That's really cool, dude. That's awesome, man. You're a gamer. That's awesome. I don't see any of these rocket launches. Oh, here we go. Falcon Heavy SpaceX rocket launch. There's one right there. Falcon Heavy and boosters time-lapse video. And let's see, do we have any others? Daytona Beach floods. Let's pull up. We'll watch this one. It's a minute. Yucca's going to be like, oh, there's the firmament. No smoke trail. Oh, they got through the firmament. There's a smoke trail again. It makes it look like it's crashing now. Oh, no, that's the firmament right there. You can see it. It broke through. Yeah. You're killing me, Yucca. Oh. Now we're getting re-entry. Oh, there they were landing back down on the pad. That's cool. It's pretty awesome. Nice work.
It's being reversed on you. It's being played backwards. It looks like it's landing, but it never took off.
Z Wade says my place of work made it into news for our part in NASA's Artemis project going back to the moon. I think our stuff for the lander, our rocket. I don't know. I was invited to the thank you celebration. I got told. I think I'm allowed to say this. I had to sign an NDA, so I don't know. I actually don't know what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say. Well, all I'll say is that I was told that the parts that I was making were going into space and never coming back. So I know something that I've had a part of has made it into space at some point or another. So, but I can't say anything beyond that.
You know where you can learn how to make tortillas?
Where? YouTube?
No, every year, the Flat Earth Society, they have an event. They do everything flat.
Oh, I was able to. I wanted to go there to the flat earth thing.
Yeah. The flat tortillas, everything flat.
Oh. Yucca, you fail. You fail. Because we've got blah blah over. No, it's not blah blah. Who was it?
Buddha.
Dynamite said it's a forked tongue. So because you didn't tell me it was a forked tongue, I drew this backwards, so it would actually be more along the lines of something like this, where you've got the the teeth here and the snout, and then the eyeball back in here
The reptilian tongue.
of our snake.
It's still a reptilian tongue.
That's the way that it should be drawn, like that, the forked tongue.
But you see it?
Well, I guess I see it a little bit more now that it's been pointed out to me correctly. But I didn't see it before. I mean, I can see it way better now. I'm still not buying it, though. I mean, to me, it really just looks like a Nike swoosh. What's next? What's next? Is Nike swoosh a kangaroo tail or something? I don't know. Is it the spaghetti god? Is Nike really owned by the spaghetti god and his goodness? Noodles of goodness? I don't know. Whatever. Hodor says there's a lot of interesting evidence that NASA has faked a lot of their videos. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that stuff, but I don't necessarily buy into all of it. There are some things that I think are interesting. Some of it's, I think, very easily explained, though.
The Nike logo, it represents the swoosh, like the Saturn rings. It's Saturn, Casey.
Mm-hmm. Well, so you say that. Let's check something out here.
So is Capital One. So is Toyota logo. Saturn.
The design incorporates. This is for NASA, by the way. The design incorporates references to different aspects of the mission of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. The round shape of the insignia represents a planet. The stars represent space, and the red V-shaped wing represents aeronautics. It's supposed to be a plane, dude. It's supposed to be a plane.
No, that doesn't look like a plane to me.
So it's either.
That's what somebody that's hiding the truth would tell you.
It's this. It's a flying wing. It's a flying wing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's right.
I know what we're gonna do after Moaz. We're gonna continue this channel as a conspiracy.
Actually,
channel.
if I was really gonna put my mind to it and give you an idea, this is what this really looks like when they say aeronautics. This looks like a plane wing. Right. This is like the design flow of how air would flow over the top of an airplane wing, and this is your air comes in here, and this is how you get high pressure and low pressure to present lift for an air, that some air goes up above over the wing and has to travel further than the air that's passing underneath the wing and creating high and low pressure, giving you lift. And so I think it's probably much more representative of that than it is necessarily a reptilian.
All right.
I'm just saying, sometimes it's not all what you think it is. It's much easier explained than a reptile.
Ooh.
Sam says, but they use rockets, not planes. Dude, what was the space shuttle?
Yeah, the rocket.
It was literally a plane.
The purpose of NASA is to create rockets. That's all they do for the military.
No,
That's
the
all they
rockets.
do.
The
They like
rockets
to-
get you into space. They used to
That's
put
okay.
the capsules on the top of the rockets back in the earlier days. But in the later days, a lot of NASA's work has been designed. For planes has been designed around aeronautics.
There's no matter in space. I don't understand how they can fly out there with.
Y'all poison your minds, man. You feed your minds garbage, and you're gonna get garbage. Garbage in, garbage out. You're gonna get what you put in there.
That's right, Casey. You play.
You need to start filling your minds with. You need to start
prices.
filling your minds with more science and stop listening to conspiracy theories. Start looking into
Why? See, just saying. Oh.
Science. I mean,
Oh,
I'm not this huge fan of like science clears everything or just tells you how all life works, because I think science is constantly evolving. It doesn't understand everything, and so we are redefining science based on how we see things. It's really kind of a language science. It's a way to be able to communicate what we understand and with each other. And so I'm not one of those people who stand behind science as being like the all-knowing and it's always correct kind of thing. So I do believe science has repeatedly shown us that it's flawed over time as we begin to learn how the concepts of the things, how things work around us. Science updates itself so that it matches what we currently understand. And so I would really kind of lean more towards trying to figure out scientifically why things work the way they work instead of just taking somebody's conspiracy theory and running with it because lizards are lizards are involved. it really takes it to a different level, and now you're just creating folklore and myths. And while that has been
not a myth
and folklore has been very entrenched in society throughout history, what's really gotten us to be able to do things that we have never done before is the science portion and not the myth and folklore. Myth and folklore is actually what's prevented us from being able to move to place. When people say flat earth, those are the kind of things that people used to say to people who used to sail, and to keep them closer to home and they wouldn't leave their country, and you would have never found the United States of America because they just thought they were going to fall off the edge of the earth. But in order to be able to actually explore and find new things and do better things, a trust in science or even exploring and either validating current scientific knowledge or expanding on that is what's way more important than this myth and mythology. The myth and mythology is just good storytelling. That's all it is. It doesn't help you to expand who you are or understanding of the world around you.
It does.
No, it really doesn't. It just helps you to tell stories.
It does. No,
and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with good storytelling. Everybody loves a good story. I love a good story.
But it's not.
But it doesn't help you to understand what's around you.
It does.
No, it helps you to interact with the
Yeah.
people who are around you. It doesn't help you to understand what's actually happening.
It tells you how full of crap the world is.
You already know that.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, wait, hold on, I'm reading this. Flames, but how do we know they're flames? J. Madro. Is it Madro? How do we know? They've told us it's flames, but how do we know they're flames? They could be something else. We have no clue. It could be, I don't know what they could be. I have no idea. Is the Earth flat? No, I don't know. Is the Earth round? I have no idea.
But you can figure it out, though.
Well,
but you would rather not know. You'd rather not know and just pretend that you know, instead of actually trying to figure out whether or not if it's flat or not.
Simple. Up in the sky and I see a disc. The moon, I see a disc. It doesn't rotate. It doesn't. It does.
Oh, it does
across
rotate.
the sky,
It does.
but
It does rotate.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
No,
it does.
No,
Yeah, it does. It does.
No, I've never seen the back of the moon.
You haven't seen the back of the moon, but it does rotate from a third-person perspective off this planet.
Who has?
Anybody who's off this planet would see the moon is rotating around.
Who has seen the back of the moon?
From a third-person perspective, who has seen? Everybody who's gone around the moon before in a space.
No, but nobody has. It's all CGI.
All right. Okay. All right.
Damn it. Yeah, I don't know.
Can you send?
I don't know.
Do you think we can send satellites out there to be able to see the other side?
No.
No. Okay.
Nope.
So it's all fake.
It's all fake.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's all fake. I'm trying to find out why they keep giving us fake pictures. Why? What's the hardest thing? And then who's taking a picture of the ship that's out in space? Somebody was there before, getting ready to take a picture of the rocket. Have you noticed that? They give us all these pictures of those little carts, those go-karts that go out on Mars, and they're like, oh, somebody was there already taking a picture. They can never give us an actual picture, a live picture. I don't know. I feel like I've been lied my whole life. Stock market is a lie. Government's lying. My friends lie. I lie to myself sometimes. JJ, aka Hayden's lying to me. I don't know. So is nothing real?
It's all real, but you have to take time to sit down and understand why it's real. But you're not willing to do that.
And then what
you'd rather take the easy way out and just say that it's fake.
No, the easy
way out is to say that it's fake instead of actually sitting down and learning why it's real.
Well,
that is
the easy way out is just going and say, okay, what do you have for me? Okay, I'll take that and I'll believe it. That's the easy way out. Here, give me this. What, you took pictures? Okay, I believe it. Investigating.
No. You can still investigate with. I'm not saying you have to believe in those pictures, but I'm just saying you can go. I mean, so for example, like, do you understand that? For example, there's math formulas that can be calculated to understand like the trajectory of when a rocket takes off and when it lands, where it's going to end up at. And all that stuff is calculated. Yeah. You can calculate that, and some of the formulas that you have to use in order to do that is based off of Earth rotational movement, which would only happen if the Earth was round. If the only way the formula would work in the first place is if the Earth was round and rotating in the direction that you thought it was going to be rotating in. None of that would be possible. None of that would be possible without those formulas. But you wouldn't know that unless you went out there and actually sat down and used that scientific information to figure out that the Earth is round and it is actually rotating.
How fast is it rotating?
I don't know. It's rotating once
That's
per day.
yeah.
That's how. It's actually not quite right on, but it's about once per day. How's that? That's how fast. I don't know what the speed is. I forget what the speed is off the top of my head. But once per day, I can give you. It's once per 24 hours.
It's saying 40 kilometers. No, it's roughly 1,000 miles per hour. Pretty fast.
Z Wade says a good scientist loves that don't know everything. Unknown doesn't mean unexplainable. Lightning was once the wrath of God. Yeah, and that's the world that you're living in. The idea that lightning is the wrath of God. Instead of understanding what it, no. All right. Okay. If you say so.
It's 1,000 miles per hour, but how much? In order for you not to spin, because you're leaving Earth, right? You're leaving Earth. Okay. You're leaving Earth. Are they moving in the same direction?
Let me ask you this question, Yucca. If you launch a rocket up in the air and you never actually leave the atmosphere, why doesn't it land in the same place it goes up at?
So this is my other question. With that question. So they leave Earth. Shouldn't it spin out of control as soon as it leaves the atmosphere? Because the Earth is going so fast. You know how you put.
Mac actually threw out a good answer here. He said wind, but wind can't calculate for all the movement that it does, though. There's even if when you calculate wind as a factor, you can't calculate how the distance at which it travels is going to be farther than what you can calculate for because of some other unknown reason. And there is it's not really unknown. We actually do know what it is, but I'm saying it's unknown.
But the rockets don't go straight up. Don't they start to curve?
Yes. Why? Why is that? They don't want them to spin out of control and head out into out of the gravitational pull of Earth, pull of Earth, and so they have to in order for them to get them into a rotating orbit around Earth, they can't continuously go straight up.
So they go.
They have to go at an angle. To go into an orbit, to go into an orbit around a round object. Congratulations, Yucca. You put it together. You did. You put your thinking cap on, and you actually came out to understand that the reason why it doesn't go straight up the entire time is because it has to go into a round orbit. Congratulations. You figured it out. You did it all on your own. I didn't even have to help you. You figured it out on your own. It's amazing.
It's rigged. The reason why it curves is because it goes beyond the ice wall to the liver. Liver.
All right, I can't handle it, Yucca. It's 11:01. It's numbers time. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I'm done. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, though, man. You were able to figure that out on your own. That there's a reason why they don't go straight up, and that's great. I love that. That's awesome.
Well, I'm smart like that. What can I say?
Yeah, that's good. Using your brain is a very important thing to do.
Yeah, I was using my head.
It's a noodle that needs to be exercised on a regular basis. Otherwise, you lose it.
You lose it. Yep, just like Bezos' rocket ship. You got to use your head.
Mm-hmm. I guess so. I'm not sure if I understand it, but sure. All right, let's do it. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here, guys. I'm going to take you over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at some of these numbers. Give me 1 second as I move a couple screens around, and we will take a look at this. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have approximately 57.82% of our volume going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.08. The combined total is 64.9%, or about, damn it, shoot, 2.9. Is that right? That can't be right. I think I fat fingered a number here, guys. Hold on a second. Oh, man. 64.9% of the total amount going through those two exchanges. It's about 2.9% higher than it should be by this time in the morning. CHX volume is 5,301 shares. That kind of started slowing down here a little bit ago. And CHX volume for GMEs coming in at 2,946 shares, also nothing unusually large. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, Ortex was reporting about 540,000 shares returned for the day today. It's now 441,000 shares. That's going to increase the short share interest of the free float just slightly to 9.87%. Cost per hour mins at 1.02. Average is 1.03. Max is 1.37. Total amount of shares on loan for the day today is increased to 22.6 million shares. That's 1.01 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 394,000 of that is in short interest, new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike with 10.9 thousand contracts. Let's see where we're at right now. That 10.9 thousand contracts has increased to 15.8 thousand contracts. Still getting very large quantities of volume coming in at a $4.50 strike for calls. Highest amount of volume for puts for the day today has been at a $4 strike with 7.3 thousand contracts, now increasing to 8.2 thousand contracts for the day. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was at 264.85. It's now 266.85. So an increase of 2 points there. And the spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields an hour ago was at 0.223. It is now 0.213. So the yield is normalizing a little bit. It's not moving very much. And I have full faith that 42% of you who voted no, we will not see the yields normalize by the end of this week are going to be correct. As this is not moving closer together as much as I thought it was going to for this week. So congratulations on those of you who voted no. You appear to be right so far. I say so far, not like I'm discrediting your votes. I think you're going to be right. Who knows what's going to happen. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME. Let's see here. On this list have not been there and are still not there. It does look like there's quite a bit of selling going on. Not a whole lot of company stocks tickers in here are showing as buy orders, but I'm scrolling through it so you guys can see what is and what isn't. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $3.70. There's 2.3 million shares available to be borrowed. That is a decrease of another 100,000 shares in the last hour. And that puts us at 2.7 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. I think yesterday it was 2.8. Fees are showing up at 0.6% still. NASDAQ is up 0.9, Dow Jones is down 0.22, and the S&P 500 is up 0.26. We currently have 3,397 decliners to 2,436 advancers. The market is more declining now than it was an hour ago. Getting ever so much closer to me calling it a hot lava pit. Let's see here. Amazon or the Magnificent Seven are all in the green except for one. Those that are in the green, only two of which are less than 1%. Big bank movers for the day today. Anything positive, plus or minus 2.5% or greater, is going to get a shout out. Looks like Coinbase is down 3.2%. FRC is down 18.86%. First Horizon is up 4.15. U.S. Bancorp, which had its earnings report yesterday, is down 4.1. Zion is down 2.5. Northwestern Trust is down 3.26. Gold is currently up 0.4 and starting to trend down a little bit. I mean, it's consolidating currently, but it looks like it's kind of trending down at this point. And I would not say that it's going to continue to consolidate forever here, as it does appear to continue to be heading down. Silver is up 0.47 and is definitely consolidating right now. Maybe not so much of a decline. Definitely started to decline earlier, but it is in consolidation. Ethereum Classic is down 2.43 and is falling. The US dollar is up 0.06 and consolidating. Oil is up 1.35 and consolidating after trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.01 to 0.17 and trending down. SPY is up 0.24 and is now trending, reversing the trend up it had earlier this morning and moving into a trend down. VIX is currently down 3.04, consolidating after market open down. VBR is down 0.21 and starting to trend down. VB is down 0.16, trending down. Tesla is down 2.33 and is starting to break a consolidation period into a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.82 and starting to move into a downtrend after an uptrend. Cinemark is up 1.77 and moving into consolidation after an uptrend. Doge is down 1.92 and it was trending down. It looks like it's trying to make a reversal currently. I wouldn't necessarily want to call it a reversal just yet, but it is moving opposite of the downwards direction it was moving in earlier. Bitcoin is down 2.06 and is starting to consolidate after a dip. GME is up 3.27 and is starting to make a reversal after its uptrend into a downtrend. HYMC is down 4.59 and trending down. NCMI is down 0.12 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. Hood is down 0.82 and slightly trending down. And AMC is up 4.87 and starting to consolidate after a trend up. Inflow versus outflow. By the way, we did hit this Bollinger Band on the way up here, so seeing it return back to that simple moving average again here, highly expected. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's approximately $1.4 million more inflow than outflow, approximately. And then we have about 8.14 million shares traded after 160 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for about 19.84 million shares traded by the end of the day today. This last hour of volume did help increase that a little bit. My projections on volume for the day today was 15 to 35 million. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.27, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.6, which is slightly above average. No, I'm sorry, that is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure. Oh, wait a minute. More selling pressure than buying pressure. I think it might be equal. It's very, very close. RSI is at 65.52, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.27. We did get a period of time here where we were moving up, where we had overheated or hot RSI in the overbought territory, but did dip down a little bit on this last dip in price movement and is back down into 63.27 for an RSI, which is above average and has more room to move up again. With that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. Thank you. Thank you.
Good to have you back, man.
Yeah. It's always good to be here.
I have one question.
Oh, okay. I can't promise an answer, but I can try.
Okay. Can you give me a rough estimate, though?
I'll try.
How much is NASA paying you?
0. That is an honest answer. They are paying me 0.
So it's part of the Kenny G's package deal.
No, I wish somebody was paying me, but nobody's paying me at all right now. So yeah, yeah, it's not happening. I get it. I understand, man. I get it. I understand. I've read and I've seen a lot of the different things that you're talking about, and I get why it's easy to go down those roads, those rabbit holes, and get caught up in the mythology and the non-science. There's even pictures out there that cause me to question whether we've even been to the moon or not. I've seen plenty of pictures that seem to be evidence that we haven't been there. So
I like it. I mean, I just like obviously some people get worked up about it. I just like to have fun and have a discussion, and it's funny at the same time because
let me ask you something.
I don't know.
Do you believe in companies over what's the word I'm looking for here? Sensualizing? That's not the word. I don't think that's the right word I'm looking for.
Sexualizing?
Not sexualizing.
Overstimulation.
No. Blowing something out of proportion. Blowing something out of proportion that it's not really like.
Oh yeah.
For example, like a car show. When they're showing like Tesla, like when they showed off the new. Yeah, sensualizing is sensationalizing. Thank you, Billy. Sensational, over sensationalizing. I couldn't say the word right. Do you believe that companies over sensationalize their products in order to sell more?
Oh yeah.
Okay, NASA is a product, and we buy it.
Oh yeah.
If they gave you pictures, if they gave you substandard pictures that look like shit, do you think you would buy more product?
You know what? I'm glad you
would
said
you
that
buy
because...
Would you buy more product if just answer yes or no? Would you buy more product if you saw a shitty product? Of course not. So they're gonna touch up their product.
Yeah.
You do buy it. You do buy it. Your money, your taxpayer money goes to pay NASA.
But I am.
So you are buying it.
Well, obviously, yeah, it goes to the crown.
Yeah.
To the crown, yes, okay.
Sensationalizing.
Sensualizing.
Thank you. We
Sensationalizing.
Yeah, yep. we got it. Thank you. I don't know why I could only think sensualize. I couldn't think of sensationalize. I could only get sensualize out for some reason. I don't know what the deal is.
You want to get sensual with me?
I want sensualization.
I have to jump in.
What's up?
Jump in because it was going down a dark path.
Go for it. Jump in.
But I'm glad you said that because you said we buy their product, but ultimately we are the product.
You say that
it to us, right?
You say that we're the product, but we're not. We're buying something.
But if we weren't here, they wouldn't be pushing it or advertising it. So they need to.
Well, they wouldn't have any fund. They wouldn't have any funding if we weren't here. So
I don't know about that.
So here's another way to look at it. Would you agree with me that there are medical companies out there that are creating drugs that are harmful to us? Yeah. More harmful than they are good.
Oh yeah, they get you hooked, and then you just keep going back, and then you start walking around. And
but they over sensationalize their medicine as being really good, and they suggest that it's going to fix something for you, when in actuality it's going to give you a list of about 10 other things that are going wrong with you. Right?
You're right. Yep.
Yeah.
They centralize.
Same thought process goes with NASA as well. If they don't over sensationalize what it is that they're producing or that they're putting out there, then you're just going to nonchalantly throw it off or dismiss it and say like it's not worth my money going there. And if you start saying that, and I'm just saying just you, then that means there's probably lots of other people who are going to be discrediting it as well. And if you start discrediting the product that it is that they're putting out, they're not going to receive their funding anymore. And if they don't receive their funding anymore, then they're not going to be able to do the things that they've done in the past, which is definitely what we've seen happen. We've seen NASA starting to fail. They start cutting corners on things like screws. Actually, it wasn't screw.
We don't cut corners.
Maybe well, they do. They did cut corners. That's why we've seen
No,
failures in
they
their
can
systems.
cut corners. They're not allowed to cut corners because pretty much everybody that's in there is usually a Freemason. In Freemasonry, you're not allowed to cut corners.
But anyways, yeah. So it is what it is, and I understand that. And so when they put out pictures of Earth from a satellite, and you see like this, somebody goes like, wait a minute, these weather patterns are the same exact weather patterns that they posted up on this other picture. And I sit there and go like, yeah, well, they were trying to doctor it up a little bit to show you a picture that makes it worth their, that makes that image worth more to you as a viewer, so that you care about what it is that they're doing for work. That's how they receive their funding. Same thing for scientists who are making drugs for you. They probably tell you about all the great things that's going to happen and forget to mention about all those. It may cause a heart attack. Could cause death. But take our drug. It's going to help you. It's going to stop having headaches.
I love the commercials. I love the commercials. Those infomercials where they blather everything, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I do have that. I'm happy. Maybe I should take it."
Yeah.
Are you happy? Are you sad? Do you sleep? Do you, they blather everything. You're going to say, oh, yeah. It's a hoax. Obviously, pharmaceuticals. There's some drugs, some chemical drugs that help you. Should be a temporary fix, not a permanent thing.
I don't know, man.
But I'm glad. I don't know. I'm glad we made up with this whole sensual conversation.
Yeah, the sensualized conversation. Yep. I'm not making up with you, Yuck. I fully understand where you're coming from. It's very difficult for me to not fall down into those rabbit holes of letting my mind be poisoned by nonsense. It's it's easy to fall down those holes and read that stuff or see that stuff and go like, oh my gosh, it's not true and it didn't happen.
It's interesting. It's funny. It's interesting and it's entertaining. And now that we've spoke about it, and here comes Danny.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Danny,
who are you kissing and making up with?
Yucca, apparently.
I'm not jealous.
We're centralizing in the back of the tramp.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, Danny?
Nah, nothing much.
You decided you wanted to join in on this. You're like centralize. Yeah. I want some centralizing.
There's something sensual. There's something sensual going back in the back of the tramp. Let's go.
I don't know why it bothers me so much that I couldn't come up with sensationalize. It's so bothersome.
Well,
name the last disease we cured. Damn. Have we ever? I guess, Pro Jeweler, I want to ask you: have we actually ever even cured a disease before?
Is there a need to cure the disease? Is it there for a purpose to show you that you're unhealthy? No, that's just bad. I take that back. Because there's people that die and they don't, because of the disease. It's not their fault. Sometimes the environment they're born in,
Whoa. See, and that's David. We polio still exists.
It does still exist.
It still exists. If we cured it, then it shouldn't exist anymore. I don't know. I'm trying to think in my head as to whether or not there's actually been anything that we've cured. I think we've prevented outbreaks, maybe. But I don't even know if we can say cured is probably not the right answer, not the right term. Chris says 5 diseases that are fully treatable but continue to devastate much of the world. Tuberculosis, a cure has existed for tuberculosis for decades. HIV, AIDS, malaria, COVID-19, cholera.
How about, no, not even that. You could, not even, you can't even cure that. I was thinking about poverty.
Steven is saying cure means can stop it. I thought cure meant that you could if somebody already had it, that they would be able to be treated to not have it any longer. I thought that was cured.
Cure?
Yeah.
Prevention.
I don't know is prevention and curing is probably not really the same thing.
The cure. Do you think frequencies can cure diseases or treat, like frequencies? Like, have you heard of that? I'm sure you've gone down that rabbit hole.
Oh, I saw that video.
Of like frequencies, meaning like certain type of music. 1 second.
Oh yeah. There's a certain frequency out there that's supposed to be like healing. Is that what you're talking about? That's probably what he's talking about. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I've read about that, and there might be something to it. I would be inclined to believe that there might be some scientific evidence out there that suggests that there is certain frequencies that are more I don't even know what word I want to use to define it by, but I think frequencies do make a difference. Yes.
So how's your day going, Casey?
It's going good, man. I can't wait for my tortilla press to get in. So I was hoping I was going to get it before my first break here, and I could go make some tortillas on my break and show you guys how much my tortillas improved by from just having a press.
Nice.
But I don't think it's here yet. Bruno hasn't gone ape shit over somebody at the door. So. Oh, but you know what I haven't done yet? Hold on a second here. I got to show you guys this. My plants that I've been growing. My shower and growers. Hold on a second.
Wait, what kind of plants you got?
I got to show you my growers.
Casey's a drug dealer.
Let me get a good angle here. That's probably the best angle. All right, now I got to post this onto Discord. I'm so proud of my little plants that I ain't doing crap for. That oops, that's not the right one. I'm not doing anything for these little guys, but they're sure growing really well. I know I just made carnitas like just the other day, but I told my wife, I said, once I start growing the cilantro, I think we should use the cilantro as like the gauge for how often we should be making the carnitas. So if I don't have cilantro to be able to be used to make the carnitas, then we don't make it. And so far, these are getting to the point here where I think maybe in the next month or so, I could make carnitas again.
Oh, yeah.
Captain Awesome, good to see you. Let me see here. Growers. So this is what my plants look like. I don't know when this was. When did I post this up here? 110. 8 days ago. A week ago, I had these little tiny bitty little sproutlings popping up right here, and you can kind of see These guys are just starting to break out of their little enclosure, and now, huh? What?
Nice.
Yeah. This is the cilantro right here. I've got rosemary. I think this that's growing over here. I think this one right here is the rosemary. I think this. Oh no, actually no. This is the oregano. My bad. This is the oregano. This is the cilantro. And I think these ones, I think these three right here, if I'm not mistaken, are the rosemary. And they have not. Oh no, you know what? I looked over at the tags and I'm wrong. These three. All of these over here. All of this is all oregano. The rosemary is actually, I think, these three right here. And I don't know what's going on with them, but we've had nothing grow there yet. I see nothing forming. Nothing's trying to break through. They might be duds. I don't know what's going on with them.
Duds.
Yeah. But this is all 8 days ago. Let me show you what it looks like now if I can here. Hopefully my phone's going to send it through. For some reason or another, it's taking forever. There it is. Just popped up. Okay, so there's the current, or 8 days. I mean, that's 8 days ago. And here is the current. Look at that! Look at that cilantro back there, looking nice and big now. And then I've got my oregano that's popping out here.
You like it, huh?
Yeah, look at that. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the oreganos, and it looks like I think this guy's coming out over here too. So 6 out of them. This one over here has ended up being a little bit of a dud. I don't know what's going on with that one. And then the rosemary over here, they're just all still just nothing over there. I got to take this cap off of this one. Do it right now. There we go. And this guy's a dud too. I don't know what happened to that cilantro, but he's deciding he's not going to grow. There it is. There's my little buddies that sit next to me.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Have you seen that video where plants, if you hurt a plant, the other plant feels it? Have you seen that video, Casey?
What is it?
Okay, let's say you have 2 plants next to each other, or a group of plants, and you start to, let's say, tear a leaf off one plant. The other plants on the other end, or the plants around it, start feeling that. Like they're like, ow, like they can feel the. Have you seen that or no? They're all hooked up to a computer, and the computer picks up the energy of the plant.
I had not heard of that.
They're alive. Oh yeah, I'll send you. I'll post it on the. Yeah, so it's conspiracy Thursdays. What can we say?
Some of it's not necessarily conspiracy. I mean, if you're just doing some kind of scientific research and you're coming up, yeah.
Yeah, the scientist. Yeah, he hooked them up to device computer, and then he's like, wow, look, you can I'm doing this to them, I'm hurting these plants, and the other group of plants, they feel it, like they see it, they sense it. So if you treat all your small plants with love,
Steven wants to know what kind of drugs you use.
Well, is that the same video that if you talk to the plant and you say like mean things, you're stupid, you're ugly. Yeah.
You've seen that, right? Have you seen? I'm sure we all seen. What is it called? What the bleep do we know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know how if you put labels on water, on bottled water, and then after you put hate, F this, F that, and then you put like I love you, and the bottle reacts to that energy of what you wrote on the paper. Kind of interesting.
Hmm.
What do you think, Casey?
I don't know, man. I'm really not into plants.
I heard the same. I heard the same thing happens when you tell it these nuts jokes.
Yeah, when you tell these nuts, people, you gotta tell it with love.
The plant says
Everything-
no,
everything.
no,
No.
It starts to wither.
I told my mom the only reason I have this is because I told my mom that I would love to have like my own herbs, like growing like specifically three herbs. Well, I could only think of two that I really wanted: rosemary and cilantro. But she forced me into getting oregano because I was like, well, that's the only other one that I would. She wanted to put in a bunch of different ones in here, and I was just like, I don't use anything other than those three ingredients pretty much for the most part. And but I told her, I was like, I would never ever buy one of those plants from the supermarket to just kind of water the plant because I kill them. I forget to water them or whatever, and they'd end up dying. And so I'm like, there's no point. I'll just buy my spices and herbs and whatnot. And she's like, no, I'm gonna get you for Christmas this hydro growing station plant thing, and so here it is, and they're growing. So we'll see what ends up happening.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's
awesome. You're ready for the end of the world there.
Yeah, right. I'm all set for the world to end. They're going to be knocking down my door with all kinds of weapons to try and get to my herbs. I'm telling you, I will be the herbal man, and everybody will have to come to me with their gold and silver. I better buy some weapons to protect myself. We're laughing about this. We're totally laughing about this, but when something really bad goes down within the next, I don't know, anytime in the future, we're going to be sitting back here thinking, without our internet, we're going to be thinking about how we made fun of that being a possibility, and then going like, damn, we had no clue we were going to be so right. Bill Pulte will be in touch with you soon, Casey. Just be prepared. Wow. Okay. All right. Speaking of which, prepared. It's time for me to go to break.
Oh
no.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
All right.
Unfortunately.
All right,
I got it. Well, I want to go check outside. Bruno hasn't made any noises. I doubt it showed up yet, but Melissa is expecting something, so I got to go out there and check it. Huh?
Is he okay?
Who, Bruno? Yeah, he's fine. He has been in a little bit of a rut lately where he's just kind of been acting like lethargic, but he's not. I think he's just, he's getting to be old, and and it's cold outside. I don't know if you guys have noticed it or not, but in my older age, the cold does seem to affect the bones a little bit more than it used to, and so I think he's being sluggish because of the temperature. I think right now, if I let it
does affect the boner.
Yeah, if I saw a rabbit in the backyard and said bunny, he would probably rush outside like nothing was wrong at all. So yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'll catch you later.
Well, all right. Be careful, Danny.
Thanks, Jack. You too, buddy.
What are you being careful for?
Don't go yelling at plants.
What's wrong?
Be nice to the plants, all right?
Well, he'll tell you about it later. When you get back.
Perfect.
Wait, what's going on wrong, Danny? What's something happening?
No. I got to go back to class.
Oh, okay.
Our break's about to finish.
Yeah, those kids can be cruel.
Go teach those kids the difference between folklore and mythology and science. Because
throw my
math.
name in there. Just say yucca.
Math, bitch.
Say, hypothetically, just tell them. Hypothetically, let's say there's a guy named Yucca, that believes this.
Yeah, these. I'm not talking about
My teacher told this really interesting story about this yucca person. All right, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Take care.
Go and enrich a mind, please. All right.
See you later.
See you guys. What characters? All right, guys. I will see you in a bit.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
All right, guys, I'm back. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for the numbers for the day today. Was it Billy that was the one that had suggested that Bill Paul? Yeah, well, no, a CPE investor. CPE, I don't know if you're a country private investor. If you're listening right now, I don't know if you are or not. I'm just gonna let you know, Bill's gonna have a really hard time getting in touch with me if he doesn't follow me first. I have my account set up so that people cannot send me messages, DMs, unless they are following me first. And one of the requirements that I have that I've held and I will maintain for everybody is that if in order for me to follow you, you got to follow me, and nobody gets special treatment. So it's just the way it works. Nobody is above anyone else here, in my opinion, and I will stick to that. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on. I know I had mentioned, somebody had mentioned before that I always state when I buy shares, or that you know an idea or you have an idea as to when I've bought shares. I got more shares. Just outright say it. I couldn't help myself. I mean, come on. I mean, it's averaging down. It's a thing. So, anyways, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Let's see. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. That volume stick that you saw there in that last minute, part of that must have been me. It had to have been, because that's about when I bought them. So let's take a look and see what we got going on here. What do we got? Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have an off exchange right now, 60.18% of our volume going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.46. The combined total 66.64%, or approximately 3.64% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 5,301 shares. And then CHX volume for GME is coming in at 2,946 shares. According to Ortex, an hour ago there was approximately 441,000 shares having been returned today. It's now 421,000 shares. Not much of a change. It's going to put our estimated short share interest of the free flow at 9.88%. Cost per hour minimum is at 1.02, average 1.09, and max is 1.67. Shares on loan for the day today is at 22.6 million shares. That is approximately 1.01 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is suggesting that about 394,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at options. As of an hour ago, there was approximately the highest amount of volume for the day for calls was at a $4.50 strike, and there was 15.8 thousand contracts for the day. That's now at 24.8 thousand contracts. Big volume there. And on puts, highest amount of volume on puts is at a $4 strike. It was 8.2 thousand contracts for the day. It's now 9.4. Definitely getting some more $4.50 put volume coming in here. And that should help to increase price here a little bit. MMRI an hour ago was at 266.85, is now 266.36. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields an hour ago was at 0.213 and is currently at 0.202. So a little bit more closer to being normalized. A tightening of the gap. Wonder if we'll break 2.2 today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. I do not see either of which on here. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $3.70. Shares available to borrow is at 2.3 million shares. I think that's about where it's been for most of this morning. Yeah, no change in the last hour. In total for the day today, we've seen approximately 2.7 million shares having been borrowed for the day. Fees are at 0.6%. NASDAQ is up 0.46. Dow Jones is down 0.21. The S&P 500 is up 0.08. We have 3,603 decliners to 2,229 advancers. The market is more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green, and 2 out of those 6 are above 1% for the day. Big bank movers, anything plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change is going to get a shout out. Coinbase is down 5.6%. FRC is down 20%. First Horizon is up 4.11. U.S. Bank Corp, USB, which had their earnings report yesterday, is down 2.9. Northwestern Trust is down 3.27. And that's it. Those are the biggest movers. U.S. Gold is up 0.53 and trending up. I said U.S. Gold, and I don't know why, but well, I guess it is kind of, it's USD rating for gold prices. But yeah, gold is up 0.52 and trending up right now. Silver is up 0.61, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 3.15 and trending down. US dollar is up 0.12, and the overall, I mean, for probably ever since, I don't know, 8:53 Eastern Standard Time, we've seen nothing but consolidate. Actually, is this? Hold on a second. Yeah. Since 8:53 Eastern Standard Time, we've seen nothing really but consolidation for the most part, in my mind. But the overall trend has not really been broken into. Yeah, it's consolidating. I'm going to go with consolidation for the U.S. dollar, although it's starting to rise again here. Oil is down 0.52 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.05 to 0.15 and starting to trend up after a downtrend. SPY is up 0.06 and trending down. VIX is up 0.27, trending up. It moved out of that consolidation that it opened up at after the initial drop at market open and is now trending up. VBR is down 0.25 and trending down. VB is down 0.32, trending down. Tesla is down 2.94 and trending down. Amazon is up 0.56 and trending down. Cinemark is up 1.32 and starting to break a downtrend into a potential uptrend here. Doge is down 2.59 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.45, trending down. GME is up 0.85, trending down. HYMC is down 5.97, trending down. NCMI is down 1.07, trending down. Hood is down 0.66, trending down. And AMC is up 3.21 and consolidating after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately 1.8. No, it's more than that. 1.9 ish. $1.9 million more inflow than outflow. 10.12 million shares traded so far for the day today after 233 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace here for 16.93 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares. It's going to be a close one, but I think I'll get volume prediction actually right today since I got it wrong the other day. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence starting to appear now. RSI is at 35.16, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.32, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.97, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.34, which is average. And with that, that is all I've got for you guys. Let me head back over to the back of the big tramp here and sit with pepperoni in the back. No tortilla press, guys. Bad news. Sorry. I have a full faith they'll probably deliver it at the end portion of the day today. I don't feel like I can ever seem to get an Amazon delivery to deliver within 24 hours anymore. For whatever reason, even though I live like practically next to a distribution center. I could probably walk to the distribution center, walk there and back home faster than it would take for them to get it here. That's right. Manjit says, "What time does Biden speak today?" He was supposed to speak today. Let me check it out. I did see the news media on that last night that he was supposed to speak about our economy today. Let me pull it up here. I believe it was 2:30, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to be about another hour from now. So let me pull it up here. Let's see.
Who are we?
He doesn't know, guys. It was an automatic video on the White House YouTube page that's just started off, and I tried to pause it as fast as I could, and just got out the first part of that video there. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up the live upcoming. It says 1:15 p.m. I'm not sure if YouTube converts it for me or not, but it says there's an upcoming President Biden delivers remarks on high-speed internet investments.
Things rigged.
High-speed internet investments. What the hell is that? Yeah. So it looks like we got like 45 minutes. What are you saying?
Yeah. No, I think it's another way of implying a faster way of manipulating the stock market faster than this. I don't know about that.
High-speed internet investments.
Oh, I know what that is.
High-speed internet investments. Hold on a second here.
Yes, he's investing in Malaysia because they have no internet out there. I
don't know.
The Republic of Malaysia. Oh, so the dog is shaking. That's wild, pirate.
He's trying to shit a peach pit.
Yeah. Well, don't hug him too hard because he might shit himself.
Mm-hmm. I don't
Don't
understand.
squeeze too hard.
I don't understand what they mean by high-speed internet investments. That doesn't compute with me.
Of course it doesn't. It's Biden. Nothing computes.
Look, Look, I have my oh, no, I have my personal feelings about how I feel about presidential not candidates, but presidents. And, regardless of how I feel about them, I still give them the respect for the position in power, regardless of their condition or whatever. And so, I'm going to try and yield. I couldn't
Wait. Do you think
I couldn't help myself on
do you
that.
think
Huh?
Wait a minute.
What?
Do you think he earned his position, or he cheated?
I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it. I'm not here to create a divide amongst people here. So that's not. I don't want to get into
We're
it.
not divided. We're not
Yeah.
divided. We're united.
Yeah. Well.
We're united.
Yeah. By words, and then we divide
united.
ourselves by words. So words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm.
Tater tot. Oh man. Yeah, let me run for president and win, and then we'll all be united.
Tendy says voter pandering. It's not. I mean, it's literally titled something.
Could be
high speed. What is he calling it again?
Well,
high speed internet investments.
Investment. And
Maybe they're going to announce. Maybe they're going to announce a settlement. High speed settlements.
Or, I mean, well, this guy talks about high-speed internet investments, and then the other guy, Gensler, talks about global, what is it? Freaking global warming stuff. What is it called? He keeps saying it.
Who
Casey.
does? Me?
Gensler.
Gary.
No,
Gary
Gensler.
Gensler. Okay, Gensler.
Yeah. He's involved with the weather and pollution and what does that have to do with the sect? That has nothing to do with the sect. Damn it! That shouldn't Gary Gensler be talking about high-speed internet investment, and then the president talking about global warming and I don't know. What day is today? Thursday, huh?
Yeah, you can't say Happy Hump Day today. All right, it says here on the description of it, it says President Biden delivers remarks on how his Bidenomics and investing in America agenda are repairing and rebuilding our infrastructure, lowering costs, supporting a small business boom, and creating good paying jobs. So yeah, it does.
Internet is cheap enough. How about helping?
Dude, it may be cheap enough, but I'd like better. I'd like better internet. Yeah, well, that's a topic too.
Car insurance. What about that? You know,
there's a lot of different kind of
insurance in general for homes. Insurance in general, man. That's
there's lots of things that need fixing, right?
Yep. I don't know what he's trying to make up things. Are we going to break out?
I don't know. I'm looking at it right now, but we are certainly hitting the Bollinger Bands aren't widening as it's moving, which is, you want to see the Bollinger Bands moving. So it means that we're jumping up in price without a significant quantity of volume. To support the move.
Man. I mean, have Biden buy a few shares, man, instead of this whole internet infrastructure investment.
I'm all in favor. I'm all in favor of strengthening our infrastructures across the board. Like I think, and I know what you're saying. There's a lot of other things that need to be fixed too. In fact, I think one of the very first things that we need to work on is our power and how we're generating power in this country. We need to get the nuclear power grid going, and if we want to get to renewable energy that are whether it's based on like windmills or solar panels or whatever it is that we're going to get to later on down the road. In order to get there, we're going to need some more power in the immediate near-term future. And when I say immediate near-term future, I'm talking like the next decade. I know that doesn't seem like near-term future, but you got to think farther ahead to get farther ahead. So, and some of those nuclear power plants can last for many, many, many decades and get us the power that we need to be able to have the research and power that we need to get further to where we can have renewable resources for energy consumption. And that's what we need to do. That's what we need. We need more energy. Yeah, we need more
Tyra's
energy.
got a point. Energy is the key, because look what's happening over in the Midwest. All these Tesla vehicles, or in general, electric vehicles, right? We're trying to move forward here.
Yep.
Can't charge these guys. How about talking about that right now?
Well,
the issue. I don't know. You know what?
There's problems, right? There's problems, but we can fix them. We just gotta focus on the important topics that need to be fixed first. And you know what I blame partially for why we're stuck not building nuclear power plants? And it's the idea that we've brainwashed everybody in believing that whenever you add nuclear to any word whatsoever, it's instantly bad juju. It doesn't matter. Add nuclear to anything and it just suddenly becomes bad juju. And that needs to stop. Like, we need to put an end to that. We need to make nuclear a friendly word and not necessarily a word that connotates, something terrible. It's gonna be man, I feel bad for, I don't know who's gonna win this next presidency, but I feel bad for probably like the next 4 presidents because they got a lot of work ahead of them, and it doesn't even matter how many terms. They could all have 8-year terms, all of them. The next 30 something odd years is gonna be a lot of work that needs to be done to fix things. See, Bob says nuclear like Fukushima or Chernobyl. See, the thing is that those are older power plants, and they're actually, they can be designed. They're much more capable of being designed with nuclear sources. The source that they're using, or the type of nuclear energy, is being much, much safer.
There's no joke. Nuclear. I thought about something, but it wasn't funny. Pretty sure.
That's because Yucca likes nuclear because it's bad. You like nuclear energy, right, Yucca?
I do.
If I were to say to you the Dolly Parton Memorial, would you know what I'm talking about?
The Dolly Parton Memorial?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that in Texas?
No, it's in California, man. That's why I'm asking if you know what it is.
It sounds familiar. I think I've been there.
Yeah. Have you seen the Nancy Reagan Memorial?
Dolly Parton
in California?
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you ever drive on the coastal highway down to
Yes, I do.
Yeah. You probably pass it all the time.
Yeah, I have. You know what? Is that going towards San Diego, right?
Yep.
Which one is that one? Dolly, the power plants up there. Those two, the two. I call them the two titties.
Yeah. That's the Dolly Parton Memorial. You've seen it. You know what I'm talking about.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. We need more. We need more Dolly Parton memorials, is what I'm saying. We need more.
Yeah, they're still running.
We need some. We need some more. There's also a Nancy Reagan memorial that's right next to it. I don't know if you've seen that one or not.
No.
That's probably mean, but true.
Are they smaller?
Much smaller, and there's only one.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'll go to hell for that one. For sure. Yeah, we need more of those. Bob says, how about geothermal instead? It works some places. I mean, you have to ask yourself a question. If it works so good, then why isn't everybody doing it? Geothermal might be good for some locations, other locations not so much.
What about harvesting energy from the astral plane?
I think you just said that just to say Astro. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about this. I'm seriously. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't been reading. You know what? In the last 3 years, what I have not read, and I used to read like on a daily basis. Have you ever seen the? Have you ever heard of the magazine called? I think it's Pop Sci. It's like one of my.
No, I've never heard of it.
That's one of my favorite magazines. There's only 2 magazines that I've ever subscribed to, and that was one of them. That was a long time ago. I don't even think they have. I don't even think they do subscriptions anymore. Let's see though. This is a great website. Popsci.com.
You still get your yellow pages delivered to your porch?
No. That's been a long time that it has not happened for. Yucca, I would highly recommend after our conversation for the day today that you start put this website, flag this as a favorite, popsci.com.
Flag it?
Yeah, flag it. Flag it as a bookmark it and go check that website out. There's some really
What is that?
There's some really cool articles in here to go through and read. Yeah, PopSci. Really good articles in here to go through, and I'm not trying to advertise anything to you guys. I'm not sure if this is I'm not sure how much of this is paid now or whatnot, but there are some amazing articles in here that you can go through and you can read, and they kind of go into depth into talking about scientific research that's happening that can be cutting edge, or maybe even it's not necessarily cutting edge, but it's something you just didn't know about. And so yeah,
brainwashing.
No, dude. It's great. It's an awesome magazine. Well, back in the day it was a magazine. I don't even know if they have a publicated magazine anymore because it costs them too much money. But it's a great website to check out. And then there's one more I was going to recommend too, but I haven't. I think it was a Maximum PC, I think. There's 2 different PC magazines. One was Maximum PC. I think that's the one. Yeah, Maximum PC was the one that I subscribed to. I really enjoyed that magazine as well.
What is it? Popular Science?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is that?
You got it.
I think I used to buy these magazines because they used to come out with a bunch of new technology, new gadgets. This is the one, right?
Which Maximum PC or the PopSci?
PopSci.
Well,
they both did.
I don't recall if PopSci had well, they did. You're right. PopSci and the magazines did have current gadgets that might be coming out that were like high tech gadgets or something like that. Like if you remember the robot, or that robot dog that they've got, that kind of that's probably one of the first places where I ever saw that, and that was many years ago.
Robot Godzilla?
No, that I don't know what the name of the dog's called. But yeah, it's a great. It was a great magazine. I don't think they do magazines I don't even know last time I saw a magazine, honestly. And then I see. So Bob, but see the thing is that's the old way of thinking. things have changed so much in the last 30 years, and yet we haven't even done anything in regards to nuclear power. There's been massive technological advances in clean nuclear energy, in contrast to what we knew from the past. And so everything that you literally exemplify the idea of what it is that everybody thinks about nuclear energy as being bad, and you're exactly proving to my point about how we need to re-teach people how nuclear energy can actually be really positive and not necessarily a bad thing. And it's just simply we went with a broad brush and painted nuclear as bad in the 80s.
Well, look,
we
Bob,
did that, and it screwed us over for 30 years.
Well, I mean, Casey, you got to give it to Bob. I mean, look, from experience, did you not see his emoji face? He's got paint all over himself. When it goes bad, it goes bad. So I don't know.
No. But he's proving my point though, is that we need to re-educate everybody and let everybody know that there needs to be a public-wide, service announcement that beats into people's heads and is like, guys, this nuclear power is not bad. It's not a bad thing anymore. We can change our ideas about how we view it. But everybody's just going to continue to believe everything that they've heard from the 80s until that happens. I mean, think about it, guys. There's literally semen in a submarine that has a nuclear-powered engine traveling around. Lots of them. Lots of little seamen all over the place traveling around these submarines that are nuclear powered. You don't hear anybody complaining about those things.
Hey, Casey?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, good afternoon.
Afternoon. How's it going, Tech? Good to see you.
Doing good. I have my tinfoil hat on.
Mm-hmm.
I think it goes beyond that. I think the powers that be know that nuclear could really help the U.S. and they don't want to give us nuclear, or increase it, because it keeps us dependent on being the international peacekeepers, and also tied to the Saudi oil, and there's a lot of things,
Yeah. So the
yeah.
Go ahead.
Because the powers that be have experts who know that nuclear energy has become safer, and yet they're not pushing for it, and it would I don't know, it would save a lot of money. And I mean, again, not politics, but certain presidents of recent past stopped safer pipelines that again they create less accidents, but they were prevented for political reasons, which again I think is tinfoil hat, trying to keep the U.S. dependent on international relations.
Mm-hmm. See, and Jay, who was it? Put it in here. In your base says, do you know how many people have died from Fukushima? That's the problem. You are also building that on that fear that Bob's on here. That plant was built in 1971. It was an old, outdated plant that had the kind of nuclear energy that is really, really bad and harmful. And yes, lots of people were exposed to some really bad shit when that went down. But guess what? That's not how nuclear plants have to be anymore. They can be totally different than that. Things have changed.
Right. He's so right.
Things have changed, and that's the kind of stuff that we need to be talking about. Is that we can change the way that we build nuclear power plants to be safe and effective. But nobody wants to talk about that. Why? I don't know. Because we have
thorium reactors.
We have the ability to go beyond the 1970s technology. We are 60 years past that point in time. 60 years. Things have changed a lot. A lot.
Really?
Yeah. Tons of stuff has changed in 60 years.
Are we getting smarter or are we just growing taller?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're getting, I don't know. It's a good question.
Hey.
How's it going?
Casey?
Yes, Preacher, how's it going?
Hey, Preacher.
If I can add one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Think about the one thing that you have in US that most other countries don't have.
Money?
Me?
Well, no, most other countries do have that.
Okay. Well, do
I'll make
do
sure.
they?
I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste your time. Lobbying.
Yeah. Lobbying. Yeah.
Lobbying in other countries is bribery. It's illegal.
Yeah.
So in US, if the solid fuel or fossil fuel companies lobby to the politicians to push to keep the agenda or let's say the power plants the way they are, because it's
they
more
win.
Profitable for companies, of course they win, right? It's not in the interest of the people, it's in the interest of who's paying more money to the politicians.
I love what you're saying, man. I love what you're saying. I really do.
Yep. Run for president.
No.
Preacher.
No. Yeah, Preacher.
Okay. I'm not a citizen.
It doesn't matter.
You can do you.
No,
you can do you. Yeah, do where you're at.
Yeah, just start it.
Yeah, no.
Buy a couple of
Preacher.
acres.
My counterpoint is that how come the pipeline failed?
It didn't fail.
I really think I think that was the pipeline from Canada. I think down or did it go through Alaska down through Canada and then into the United States, or I forget where it was coming from. But anyways, they stopped. They stopped the pipeline, which was supposed to
go all the way to Mexico or something.
Right. So they stopped the pipeline being built there, but I think that was more. That was probably more related to the idea of trying to move away from petroleum fuels as an energy. So I don't know that was necessarily. I don't. That's probably why.
What I'm saying is, if
why didn't they lobby for it?
Yeah, like the lobbying power didn't work if the petro was supposed to do what Preacher's kind of saying,
Yeah. That's probably a good question. I think part of it might revolve a little bit around perhaps maybe some of the production of cars that are more electric than they are gasoline based. Perhaps, I don't know. I'm guessing.
Why? I mean, I got a question. Why didn't they just build cars that run on water?
Yeah, hydrogen cars. It's a thing.
He's so right. He's so right.
Yeah, maybe we'll get there. I don't know.
I mean, isn't that
Preacher's right. I mean, Preacher's really right on the whole thing here. He's, probably a lot of the reason why we're not moving towards hydrogen is due to the fact that there's, a lot of lobbyists who are lobbying for either diesel, gasoline, or electric vehicles. So there's probably just not a whole lot of lobbying going on for production of hydrogen cars. I tend to kind of feel like, I don't know. I haven't looked at any kind of research on it at all, so I really feel like I'm talking about something that I don't know anything about. But hydrogen is kind of dangerous, or it can be. But I don't know. I think that the hydrogen cell cars that I've seen lately, I don't think produce any kind of like harmful hydrogen reaction or anything like that. So I don't think that there's nothing really combustible there that's really that bad. So I don't know. It's a great question. I have no idea why we're not moving. I would say that there's just not money behind it.
Yeah. If I can have maybe 30 seconds to a minute to say a short story on the similar topic. And if I said this before, please stop me. I don't want to waste anyone's time. But a few years back, I remember I was still in Romania. Ford wanted to open a factory kind of in the middle of the country in Romania. And the thing is, they didn't really have a proper way to get the cars out of the country after being built. The railroad wasn't that good, and so they decided to support the country by building a highway from the city where the factory would have been towards Hungary and basically towards the rest of Europe. So they offered to pay for the whole project, to build, to buy the land, to build the highway, everything. And the politicians, the government in power, did not accept that. And one of the guys actually said it live on TV that they can't agree to that because nobody gets paid, nobody gets bribed, right? But in Romania, this is illegal. The bribery is illegal. The thing, and that's the thing. If something's going to be free, nobody's profiting from it, they're not going to go for it. That's why nuclear isn't a thing.
He's so right.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Censored.
Hey, Censored. I thought that was just for me.
No, you're also right. Nuclear power has always been safe, even when they had the accidents. And there's actually thorium reactors which have very little waste and run clean, and that technology just hasn't been explored because it has no military value.
Sorry, I'm laughing at what Stockwiz said.
You're so right. You're so right.
Oh yeah, I'm also. Wait a minute, I'm also right.
He's so right. He's so right.
Oh boy. Yeah. Why are you so angry, Stockwiz? That's the only thing that's going through my mind. You really went like 0 to 1,000 right there. Colin, you're throwing out the C word. My goodness, that was quick. Escalation.
The C word. Where is it? Cash?
Yes, that's the one.
Actually, I saw Papa Max saying in chat that solar is not a serious solution, period. Actually, this made me think of a project for Elon Musk. Because the problem with solar is that you need, well, to gather enough of it, you need solar panels like on such a huge ass, area of the globe. So we should have some kind of, well, not satellite, but the way we have basically mirrors, well, not satellite, telescopes out in space, to basically send out something like that towards the sun, so that it kind of goes along with the sun. It converges a portion of the light and sends it as one beam towards the Earth, so that you have a very concentrated beam of sunlight in one specific area.
Mm-hmm.
And that would
sort of like the Death Star.
Exactly. But controlled.
What you're saying is we could just put something on the moon, set some stuff up on the moon, maybe. I don't know.
No, like what I was thinking is, but I don't know how that would work, with the rotation of the Earth and the Sun and everything in orbits. But basically, to have like a magnifying glass go closer to the Sun so that it concentrates a lot of that light.
With ants when I was a kid. It's
Yeah,
not a
exactly,
good idea.
exactly.
It is not a good idea. I don't care what you say. That is not a good idea.
Next thing we
But
know,
imagine if you
we're
would-
frying California off the face of the map. Wait, we already have one of those. It's that blue light thing that they got going on right now. The
We're
blue
already
laser.
frying everybody's brain with microwaves from
back
these
in a bit.
telephones. So, I mean, let's just go for it.
Well, who knows? Maybe that'll be a thing in the future. I don't like to laugh at ideas like that because I brought up an idea when I was younger and my dad thought it was the stupidest thing ever and he laughed at me for it and now they're talking about it. So I was like, why don't we just build a space elevator? And my dad was like, he thought that was the funniest thing he'd ever heard of. And now you actually have people who are talking about space elevators. So
Didn't that come out in
It came out a while ago.
The Jetsons.
I never saw that in the Jetsons. But I just kept thinking to myself, like, why can't you just build an elevator that that's using magnets? Because as a kid, what kid doesn't like playing with magnets when they're younger? Playing with magnets and whatnot. I was like, you could build an elevator and just use a magnet to be able to get up there. It's free energy and no cost, and then you can put payloads into space. No cost, and I don't know. That's something for the future, maybe. Who knows? We're not there yet. But anyways, let's move on.
Yeah, you're not
numbers.
getting a he's so right on that one. Sorry.
Not to get. Yeah, that's all right. I don't care. It's still way far off in the future. That it probably won't happen in my lifetime. But I said that about marijuana too being legalized. I didn't think that would ever happen in my lifetime either. Now here we are. Like, I'm living in the only state that's not legal yet. Go figure.
Yeah, people are thinking about legalizing cocaine.
No, get out of here. They are not. No, they're not.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh.
My name is Edward Smith. I am a retired Army Sergeant First Class.
You guys may not be able to hear
Tar Heel,
this.
North Carolina. I live in Tar Heel with my wife and 2 children, Elwana and Dominique, 5 grandchildren who live in Tar Heel too. I am proud to serve my country for 22 years, and today I'm proud to leave a family of service. My son, Elwana, also served in the Army before coming back to Tar Heel.
I'm going to exit out of the Big Tramp, guys, while I watch this.
The internet, I was doing a lot of paperwork
Right.
to receive my VA
Another
benefits
break, huh?
through the mail or by driving to the library. During the pandemic, my grandkids were doing a lot of their schoolwork online, and the service we had at that time was very slow. Thanks to President Biden, and with support from the state, my family and my neighbors are now connected to high-speed internet.
All right. I'm going to pause it just long enough here, guys, so that I can go through the numbers real quick, because I did want to get through the numbers real fast. So let me get through the numbers real quick here, and then we'll go right back to that. Promise. Let me see here. Remember, when I've got you guys on this other page here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between, the combination of off exchange and EDGX to be between 64%, or right around 64%, I should say. I'm trying to multitask as I do this and it's not working. Let's see, where are we at currently? 59.78% going through off exchange, EDGX at 6.9%. The combined total 66.68%. So it's about 2.68% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 5,301. Nothing unusually high on that. GME CHX volume for the day today is sitting at 2,946 shares. Also not a very large number. Ortex, as of an hour ago, was reporting. Sorry, give 1 second here. A return of about 421,000 shares for the day today. It's now 386,000 shares, which means more shares have been borrowed. That's going to keep the. That's not enough to change the estimated share interest, the free float, I don't think, because it looks like it's about the same as what it was an hour ago at 9.88%. Cost borrow mins at 1.02, averages 1.31, and max is at 3.53. The total amount of shares on loan for the day today is up to 22.6 million shares. That's 1.101 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated about 394,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, as of an hour ago, the highest amount of call options was at a $4.50 strike with approximately 24.8 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 26.8 thousand contracts. with the highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. There was 9.4 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 10.1. Market still suggesting a closing price between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. MMRI an hour ago was at 266.36. It's now 266.16, dropping down just a tad bit more here. The spread between the two an hour ago was approximately 0.202 and is now currently at 0.21. So it's gone up just a hair within the last hour. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. SSR trips for the day today at $3.70. Shares available to borrow sitting at 2.3 million shares. That has not changed in the last 2 hours. In total for the day today, we've seen about 2.7 million shares having been borrowed, most of those having been returned back so far. Fees are at 0.5%. NASDAQ is up 0.86, Dow Jones is up 0.1, and the S&P 500 is up 0.42. There's currently 3,250 decliners to 2,600 advancers. The market's more advancing now this hour than it was an hour ago. The Magnificent Seven have 6 out of the 7 of them are in the green for the day today. Only 2 out of those 6 are underneath 1%. Biggest financial institutions here for change in stock price for the day today. Anything up plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. We got Coinbase down 6.61. FRC is down 28.57. First Horizon is up 4.08. U.S. Bancorp, which had its earnings report yesterday, is down 2.72. Northwestern Trust is down 2.71, and that's it. Gold is up 0.66 and trending up. Silver is up 0.92, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 2.21 and consolidating after a trend down. US dollar is up 0.04 and consolidating after a trend up. Oil is up 0.38 and breaking a downtrend and moving into an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.04 to 0.11 and starting to break an uptrend into a downtrend. SPY is up 0.43 and starting to break some consolidation into an uptrend. VIX is down 2.03% and broke the upwards trend that it was in earlier and is now starting to trend back down. VBR is up 0.09 and trending up. VB is up 0.16, starting to trend up, both of those breaking the downtrend they were in earlier. Tesla is down 2.51 and is starting to break the downtrend it was in into an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.57 and consolidating after a downtrend. Cinemark is up 0.96 and consolidating after a slight uptrend. Overall, for a greater portion of the day today. Doge is down 2.48 and trending down, kind of in some consolidation currently, but the overall trend here is still down. Bitcoin is down 2.69 and is trending down. GME is up 0.71 and consolidating after a downtrend. HYMC is down 6.32, trending down. NCMI is down 1.19 and consolidating after a trend down. Hood is down 0.56, consolidating after a slight trend up. And AMC is up 5.96 for the day-to-day and trending up after having a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately $1.5 million more inflow than outflow. 11.16 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after approximately 277 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for about 15.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.99, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.57, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.46, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.45, which is signaling overbought. And with that, that's all I'm going to share with you guys. We'll return to our scheduled program here as I take a break. I'll probably be listening with you guys a little bit here. This does very much sound like them promoting high-speed internet here in America and connecting more people to the internet. So that's basically what this sounds like right now. But I will see you guys when I get back from break at 2:10. I guess I'm trying to see if there's a way I can put this up on the page. And I guess that's probably good enough. I know the page looks kind of jacked up a little bit, but at least you can see some of the other numbers on the page here as I play it.
It really helps the kids when they are doing schoolwork. And I can email and download my VA paperwork and talk to my doctor online instead of driving far away. Our church is even connected now to the internet. And the members that cannot come to church for some reason at all, they can look at the service online, which is great. I'm grateful for President Biden's investment in high-speed internet have made things better for my family and my community. And by the way, if I can mention another issue, President Biden has also helped my neighbors with diabetes with affordable insulin and capping the insulin at $35 a month, which is a huge help for people that's on insulin. President Biden is helping every small town across America get connected to high-speed internet. And now, without delay, now I would like to introduce you to President Joe Biden. And in closing, I would like to say 4 more years.
Hey everybody, how are you? Hello, Raleigh. What a great crowd. Please take a seat if you have one. I once said that at an event, and people didn't have chairs, and the press looked at me and said, what the hell's the matter with that guy? Anyway, Edward, thank you. Sergeant First Class, I was telling him my son, Bo, who I lost because of what happened in Iraq. Anyway, my son, Bo, when he made Major in Iraq, I was there. I wasn't with him when he made that, when he got promoted, but I was with him later at an event, anyway, in Iraq. I didn't want to say where I was, but, I said, Bo, congratulations, you're now a field grade officer. He looked at me and said, Dad, I don't know who runs the United States Army. Sergeants First Class run it, and that's a fact. So, Sarge, thank you very, very much. Folks, Governor Cooper and all the state officials here today, and by the way, you got the best governor in the country. Where is he? Roy, stand up. No, I mean it. And you know what I love about him most? I mean this from the bottom of my heart. He has absolute, total integrity. Integrity. Thanks for the welcome back to North Carolina, Gov. I appreciate it very much. I also want to mention Congressman Deborah Ross. Where's Deborah? I just had my picture taken with her. That's probably why she left. No, all kidding aside. Anyway, she couldn't be here, actually. That's not true. I got it mixed up. And she has, she fights very hard for the people of this district, and she's up in Washington right now. And folks, I'm here today to talk about something that doesn't get enough attention. And that's the progress we're making to invest in America, all of America. You know, there's a law written back in the 30s that says when the Congress passes a bill that has money in it to be spent to build something in America, whether it's an aircraft carrier or it's a highway or whatever it happens to be, that the president should use American workers and American products. For the longest time, Democrats and Republican presidents didn't abide by that very much. But I do, because I want to make sure that we're making it in America, building in America with American products, and that's why we've created 14 million new jobs. Folks, bringing opportunity and hope to people and communities across this country. Let me give you one example of bringing high-speed internet to every person in America. Nearly a century ago, Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed the Rural Electrification Act, bringing electricity to every home and farm in America because it was in cities, but it wasn't in a lot of rural areas. Because electricity had become an essential part of modern life. So he wanted sure everyone had access to it. He was determined that no American should be left behind, no matter where they lived, whether in a big city or a rural area. Well, I tell you what, I made the same determination about our time, affordable, high-speed internet. It really is critical. It's just as essential today as electricity was a century ago. Who remembers, during the pandemic when schools were shut down and the Sergeant First Class mentioned it, kids weren't able to attend school, so they go online. How many of you spent time in McDonald's parking lots tapping into their internet so you could do the homework with your kid? Look, think of all the workers who need internet to do their jobs when they're working from home. So many are working from home, have to work. Small businesses need internet to reach more customers here at home and literally around the world. And our seniors are needed in connection with their doctors through telemedicine because they can't make it to the doctors in person. High-speed internet isn't a luxury anymore. It's an absolute necessity. No, it really is. And yet, when I became president, around 24 million Americans didn't have access to affordable high-speed internet. And for millions more, their internet connection was limited or unreliable. That's why as soon as I came into office, I took action with what we call the American Rescue Plan. And it included more than $25 billion to invest in affordable internet, high-speed internet all across America. A few months later, I signed a piece of legislation which many people didn't think we could get done, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. It's a once-in-a-generation investment to rebuild America's infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our railroads, our high-speed internet, all of it paid for. And look, our goal is to connect everyone in America to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet by the year 2030, everyone in America. Just like Franklin Roosevelt did a generation ago with electricity. I promised to be a president for all America, whether you voted for me or not. These investments help all Americans in red states and blue states as well. We're not leaving anybody behind. Look around North Carolina, and with the leadership, fiber optic cable is being laid in the ground as we speak. Over the next 3 years, over 300,000 homes and businesses all across North Carolina will be connected with affordable, high-speed internet. And today I'm announcing another major step. We're investing another $82 million to connect 16,000 additional homes and businesses, bringing high-speed internet all across the state of North Carolina, from top to bottom. By the end of the decade, we're going to finish the job reaching all the remaining homes, schools, libraries, small business, healthcare facilities in North Carolina that don't have access to high-speed internet today. Let me say that again. Universal high-speed internet in all of North Carolina by the end of this decade. Folks, you just heard from Sergeant Smith a few minutes ago why it matters. He's retired Army, 22 years of service, which we owe him. He and his wife Emma live in Tar Heel, as he mentioned. North Carolina population, staggering population, 100 people. They've been using dial-up internet for years, just like everyone else in town. It took Edward far too long to download medical paperwork, as he mentioned the VA. It was hard for his grandkids who lived nearby to use the internet to do their homework. And then thanks to the American Rescue Plan, which I signed into law, fiber optic cable was laid and the town got high-speed internet. And now Edward and Emma and the kids and the grandkids can use the internet quickly and easily, from getting care from the VA to doing their homework. Look, their neighbors include folks who can't attend local church services, he mentioned. They can stream these services at home every single Sunday. High-speed internet has been a game changer for their town and so many counties all across America. Look, and we're just getting started, but it's not enough to just have internet access. It needs to be affordable. Affordable. So, here's what my administration did. We work with internet service providers to bring down prices for people struggling with their payments. It's called Affordable Connectivity Program. It's already helped 880,000 households in North Carolina save a total of $440 million in internet bills collectively. That's about 1 in 5 families across the state are saving $30 a month for the internet bills, and some save a lot more. That savings matters in homes like the one I grew up in. Another 30, 40 bucks a month was the difference between how many groceries you pay, the gas bill, all other necessities. It matters. It matters. Plus, the investment we're making in high-speed internet means something else as well. Good paying jobs. And folks, just ask the folks at the International Brotherhood of Electric Workers, the IBW, or the Communication Workers Union, or the Laborers Union. We're putting thousands of people to work laying fiber optic cable all across America. And that cable will be made in America, put in by Americans. Even better, a lot of that cable will be made in North Carolina. Two American companies, CommScope and Corning, are investing more than $500 to manufacture fiber optic cable, creating around 650 good-paying jobs in Hickory, North Carolina. A single starter. And there are going to be more. Already, 40% of all the fiber cable, optic cable in America is being manufactured in Hickory. And no, that number is going to continue to grow. Jobs are going to grow. And when jobs grow, everything grows. Everything grows. Everything in the community grows. All told, during my presidency, we've invested, and I know it's going to sound like not much to you all, but $11 billion in North Carolina. $11 billion in infrastructure, clean energy, everything from high-speed internet to clean water, new roads and bridges. For example, we're investing $1 billion, $1 billion, in a new rail line connecting Raleigh and Richmond, Virginia. Not only creating a whole hell of a lot of jobs, but it's going to take a lot of vehicles off the road. It's going to help with pollution, and guess what? It's going to cut the time. Well, let me give you an idea. Right now, the trip takes about 3 hours by train. With the new rail line, it's going to take you 2 hours. Think what that would mean to people traveling to work and visiting families. Think what it means in the reduction of highway bills. We're also investing $110 million to replace the Alligator River Bridge. Look, that bridge is a major hurricane evacuation route for the Outer Banks. So it's high time it get replaced because it's in trouble. The bridge now is far too low for boat traffic, which means cars have to stop and wait, sometimes several times a day, for the bridge to swing open so boats can pass underneath. Because the bridge mechanism is 60 years old, sometimes when it swings open it can't close, which stops cars and traffic for hours and sometimes days. Now we're building a new, higher bridge that boats can easily pass under. It will be wider and more accessible to more cars to travel across every single day, saving time and saving money. Folks, what we're doing here in North Carolina is just one piece of a much bigger story. To date, 40,000 infrastructure projects have been announced across this nation. Since I've been to office, we've created 14 million new jobs. 440 new jobs in North Carolina alone just since I came to office. That's because of this guy right here. Nearly 800,000 manufacturing jobs nationwide. Unemployment has been below 4% for the longest stretch in American history in the last 50 years. And here in North Carolina, unemployment is even lower. It's 3.5%. And the stats coming out today show that seeking unemployment insurance has even gone down. Fewer people are needing the help. That's lower than it was in every single month under the last president. Wages are up. Household wealth is up, not only for middle-class Americans, for Latinos, for black Americans, for minorities. Costs are still too high, but inflation continues to fall, and mortgage rates are falling, and they're going to fall more. Last week we learned that America filed 16 million in America, 16 million new applications for businesses, for a new business since I became president. Folks, that's a record. Every single one of those new small businesses is an act of hope, an act of hope. It generates progress. People are beginning to have, and if you look at the consumer confidence, it's way up. 64%, I think maybe 62%. Americans think their personal circumstance is good and it's getting better. Meanwhile, thanks to the Invest in America agenda, private companies have invested over $640 billion, let me say it again, $640 billion in advanced manufacturing here in America. And by the way, you know, we invented that little computer chip which everything from your cell phone to your automobile needs. Guess what? We used to control it. We got down to the part we hardly manufactured any of it. And so what happened when things went bad, we didn't have access to all those computer chips that were being made in Asia and other parts of the world. So I got in a plane and went to South Korea. And I said, why don't you come invest in America? One thing led to another. You know, over $50 billion, people coming to America, investing and building these computer chip factories. And guess what? It's just getting started. But guess what? The fact is that these computer factories, they build what they call fabs. They're about as big as a football field, and they manufacture these chips. You don't need a college degree to work in it. You know what the average starting salary is? $116,000. $116,000. And look, put it all together. America has, this is a fact, the strongest growth rate of any and the lowest inflation rate of any major economy in the world. In the world. We have a lot more work to do. But there's no question our plan of investing in America and the American people is working. It's all part of my economic vision. Building an economy from the middle out, from the middle class out, and the bottom up. That way the poor have a shot, middle class does well, and wealthy still do well. Well, they got to start paying their taxes. You know, I'm serious. I don't mean paying 60%. I mean just paying the top rate of 38%. Look, folks, you know how many billionaires we have in America today? 1,000. You know what their average rate, tax rate, federal tax rate is? I should walk away from this. Federal tax rate is 8.5%. Raise your hand if you'd trade your tax rate for 8.5%. I mean, serious, think about this. There'd be $40 billion raised if they just paid 38%, if they even paid 25%. Folks, look, we all do well when the middle class does well and we grow. Everybody does well. You know, I'm so tired of trickle-down economics. I grew up in a family where not a lot trickled down on my dad's kitchen table. My dad was a hard-working guy. We weren't poor, but we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home with 4 kids and a grandpa. And, you know, we were fine. It was okay. But there wasn't anything left over. There was nothing left over. But now, a lot of middle-class folks are having enough leftovers. They can do things. Our approach is the fundamental break from trickle-down economics, supercharged by my predecessor. My predecessor, everything was trickled down, but not a lot trickled. No, I'm serious. Which tax cuts for the wealthy and big corporations, shipping goods overseas. How many people do you know in this state and other states? There was a factory in town that employed 300, 400 people. And all of a sudden you found that factory shipped overseas. Why was it shipped overseas? Cheaper labor cost. So we were shipping factories overseas and importing the product they made here. Well, guess what? We're doing the opposite. We're making it here and shipping the product overseas. I'm serious. And also that trickled down, shrank public investment in education, infrastructure and education. It hollowed out communities, closing factories, leaving too many behind. And now, my predecessors like to say, America is a failing nation. In my face, bless me, Father, for his sin. I mean, come on. A failing nation. And by the way, did you hear he wants to see the stock market crash? Because he does not want now. We're doing well. He acknowledging by that we're doing pretty damn well economically and getting better. He wants to see the stock market crash. You know why? He doesn't want to be the next Herbert Hoover. As I told him, he's already Hoover. He's the only president to be president for 4 years and lose jobs, not gain any jobs. Come on, man. You know, some of the things he said, well, I don't get started. But look, frankly, to put it very politely, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Meanwhile, the vast majority of Republicans in Congress voted against our infrastructure law. We got enough to make it work of 30-some, but the vast majority voted against it. They all voted against all the other bills that I have. I mean, 100% voted against. And guess what? Whether it's Marjorie Taylor Greene or whoever, now when these new projects come, they're welcoming them to their state. They voted against it all. So I told them I'll be there for the groundbreaking with them. You know, look, what was mentioned as well. Look what I fought my whole career. I've been around. I know I don't look it, but I've been around for a little while. But all kidding aside, look, you know, I spent the bulk of my career as a senator trying to bring down the cost of prescription drugs. If you have a prescription from your doc and you take it to a pharmacy here in North Carolina or Wilmington, Delaware, where I'm from, or wherever, guess what? I can take that same prescription from you and go to Toronto, Canada, London, England, Rome, in Italy, anywhere around the world. And it'll be somewhere between 50% less and 70% less. How does that work? Why? Why isn't in America we're paying $400 a month for insulin if you have diabetes. And other places they're paying 35 bucks. Well, guess what? You're paying 35 bucks now and it's going to go down even further. And by the way, at $35, they're making 350% gain. It costs $10 to make it, $12. What I haven't done is I haven't blocked projects in their districts because they're all Americans. The fact they have a senator or a congressman who doesn't know what they're doing doesn't mean they should be denied. But it's okay. It's okay because I promised to be a president for all Americans. And I mean that sincerely. It's not hyperbole. I promised to be a president for all Americans. Like I said before, I told them all I'll see them at the groundbreaking. Let me close with this. When you see shovels in the ground, cranes in the sky, and people hard at work in these projects, I hope you feel pride in America. Pride in America. Pride knowing we can get big things done when we work together. You're all the real heroes. It's not hyperbole. You're the real heroes in this story. American workers, the American people, neighbors and community leaders doing the work to bring our cities into the future. That's what America does. That's why I've never been, and I mean this, and I've been saying this for a while, and the press has to cover me everywhere. I've been saying I'm optimistic. I've been around for a while. I've never been more optimistic about America's prospects than I am in the last 3 years. I really mean it. Because there's nothing. We have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And nothing is beyond our capacity when we work together. Nothing. And I'll say one last thing. We're the only major company in the world Let's come out of every crisis stronger than we went in. And that's what we're doing again today because of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you very much. Let's go get them. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Musicvine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit Musicvine.
Okay, I'm back. I had to cut the music off there because I was going to go for like another, I don't know, like minute or so. I couldn't take it anymore. So I was like, I got to just get this going. Let's take a look at the numbers here, guys. Still no tortilla press yet. So I don't know. I guess I'll have to make tortillas overnight when I get it finally and show you guys what they look like tomorrow. But let's take a look and see what we got going on with these numbers here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns specifically for me until you see that. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Let's see. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at about 66% with EDGX combined in volume. Currently, we have 60.4% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.95. The combined total 67.35%. Not very often we see, as of lately, have we been seeing these kind of suppression volume levels going through these exchanges. So we're about 1.35% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. So definitely some volume that could potentially be moving price more, so price suppression essentially going through those exchanges. 6,001 shares going through CHX this afternoon. That's not a whole lot of volume going through there. GME CHX volume for the day today is sitting at 3,146, also low volume. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 386,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now dropped down to 360. I'm sorry, I said borrowed. Returned. We went from 386 returned to 369 in the last hour. That's going to keep that estimated short-share interest of the free float at 9.88%, and cost to borrow mins at 1.02, average 1.67, and max 7.93%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 22.6 million shares. That's approximately 1.01 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 394,000 of that is in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at options on the bottom right-hand side of the page here. Let's see what we got going on here. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike. I don't expect that to change because we've seen large quantities of volume at 4.5. It was 26.8 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day today. An hour ago, it's now 30.9. Highest amount of put volume for the day has been at a $4 strike. An hour ago, it was 10.1 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 11,000 contracts in volume. Market's still suggesting, based off of these numbers, that we're going to close between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at MMRI, 266.16 is where this was at an hour ago. We are now at 266.42. So a little bit of an increase on that, not much. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields, as of an hour ago, it was at 0.21. Currently at 0.213. Not much of a change. Hats off to you guys who voted no, that we would not see a normalization of the 2-year, 10-year yields. Last week, you guys, you did well on your prediction on that. That was majority of you, actually, that predicted that. 42% said no. 31% said I don't care. 15% said yes, and 10% said 2 weeks. So congratulations to the no crowd. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. And let's see what we got going on. They have not been on there all day today. And as of right now, still not there. Retail buy side on this list. There's like 5 stocks. No, 6, 7. 7 stocks that are probably in the more buy side than buy heavy than sell heavy. That's it. Trigger price for SSR for the day is at $3.70. Shares available to borrow still sitting at about 2.3 million shares, so no shares returned in the last hour. Fees are creeping up a little bit back up again. They dropped down to about 0.5% earlier, now back up to 0.6. In total for the day today, we've seen about 2.7 million shares haven't been borrowed, which means not all of them have been yet returned today. NASDAQ is up 1.31, Dow Jones is up 0.5, and the SP 500 is up 0.81. We have 3,046 advancers to 2,838 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it is declining in total, and more advancing in general. Good to see. Finishing out the day strong here. Of the Magnificent Seven, 6 out of the 7 are in the green, and all but 1 is over a 1% gain. So definitely seeing some upwards momentum on some of those, the Magnificent Seven there in the last hour. Big bank movers for the day-to-day. Any of these financial institutions that I got up here on my page that's moved greater than 2.5% or greater. Let's give it a shout out here. We got Coinbase down 6.15%. FRC is down 28.57%. First Horizon up 5.13. USB is now is less than 2.5 now. They were struggling most of the day with pretty negative numbers. And that's about it. Those are the only shout outs. Gold is up 0.73 and trending very slightly upwards. Silver is up 0.92 and consolidating. Ethereum Classic is down 3.84 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.06 and consolidating after a trend up earlier. Oil is down 0.19 and is consolidating after a little bit of a trend, just a very small trend down here. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.05 to 0.18 and trending down. SPY is up 0.79 and trending up. By the way, real quickly, I just wanted to point this out on the SPY real fast here. Why is my box not showing up? Oh, I got it turned off. I'm going to go back out to the 1 hour time interval. This is where I suggested to you guys that sometime this week we may see a breakout above 477 on the SPY. And it's kind of looking like that, could be a possibility as early as tomorrow. Potentially. We might see that. VIX is down 4.06 and trending down. VBR is up 0.59 trending up. VB is up 0.65 trending up. Tesla is down 1.87 trending up. Amazon is up 1.21 trending up. Cinemark is up 0.81 and starting to break a consolidation trend into what appears to be a little bit of a downwards trend here. Overall, I would almost say this looks a little bit like a flag or pennant type. Well, I don't know if I'd call it a pennant just yet here, but there's definitely a wedge pattern forming. which could see a breakout here pretty soon. In fact, let's get rid of these Bollinger Bands here for just a second so I kind of put this in. I see. This is what I'm seeing. It's looking like it wants to get a breakout here. I mean, I could probably tighten this up a little bit and throw something out like that. So it looks like it wants to make a breakout here right before the end of the day. Obviously, leaving out just the tip like I normally would, I would probably draw a box like right around here for potential breakout period. And it might happen before. Doge is down. Oh, by the way, whenever it's a wedge like this, I can never really tell you for certain which way it's going to break on this one. One of the best ways to do it is kind of take a look at perhaps the trend channel. Sometimes depending on which direction the trend channel is heading, it kind of gives you an idea as to which way it's going to break out, which is usually the opposite of which direction it's showing up on the which side of the wedge it's on. So it's pointing towards the top, meaning a breakout to the bottom side. In this particular case, though, one of the things that's always important to remember is volume analysis. Is volume during this period of time increasing or decreasing, along with price movement, and where is it kind of moving towards? Those are all important things to kind of analyze when trying to figure out which direction it's going to break out when you're looking at something like this. The Bollinger Bands are certainly tightening up here as it's finding its way towards the end of this wedge. Can't really say which way it's going to break out on this, though. Anyways, moving on. Doge is down 3.07 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 4.11, trending down. GME is, by the way, Bitcoin is down at 40.8K a coin. GME is up 1.56 and trending up. HYMC is down 5.5 and starting to consolidate a little bit after a downtrend. NCMI is down 0.83 and is consolidating after a downtrend. Hood is up 0.19 and trending up, and AMC is up 6.44 and starting to consolidate a little bit after an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's approximately $1.9 million more inflow than outflow. 13.78 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 353 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 15.22 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's just barely going to make my 15 to 35 million volume prediction, but close enough. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.39, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.31, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.2, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.63, which is above average. And there was almost a divergence on the vortex indicator occurring. It didn't quite happen, though. And with that, I will head back to the back of the Big Tramp. And they're off. We got Tech back here, Brandon's back here, and Censored Content's back here. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I can now see what it is you guys are writing. Rasmus Carlson, currently the estimated short share interest of the free float for AMC is currently at 9.88%. And just in case you're lagging behind the live stream here, I will put it in as a value. Hayden said 420%. That's funny. Nice job, Hayden.
Well, that's just the unreported. I wanted to give, what
Yeah,
the
yeah.
overall would be.
No, that's good, man. Good to see you in the back of the big tramp here. Welcome. Yeah, I get it. It's funny too. Tank Dog says, "Is this covering?" No. So let me put it to you like this, Tank Dog. If you have to ask, it's not. If you're not asking, it is. That's how you know. You won't have to ask that question. Yeah, you won't have to ask that question.
Casey,
Yes, sir.
Casey, you see the tweet that Elon just put about the World Economic Forum?
The one with the lady that was riding the cowboy, riding reverse cowboy on the guy who's holding the computer, and it's got the picture of the Venezuelan president. That one?
No, the woman. I think it's a woman who's blessing each speaking member.
Oh, I must have seen a completely different one than you saw then. The one I saw was it basically was Elon saying that he was hot right now, and that's the picture. Yeah, that's the picture he had up there. That's what I saw.
Hot and bothered, or
I said Venezuelan. You're right. My bad, Michael. Is Argentina
Same
president? Actually, yeah, same thing. Kind of, sort of, not really.
I'm just saying, some of the comments are interesting. They're like, we went from, talking about viruses, now we're blowing in people's faces.
Wait, say that again?
She was in red face, too.
I missed.
Yeah,
oh.
you gotta see it, yeah.
Okay. Hold on here. I'll pull Elon up here. Elon. Let's see here.
I'm like 3.5% Native American. I found that offensive, her being in red face.
Same thing.
Well, see, I must have just seen something more current than what you're seeing, because I'm scrolling down here and this is what I saw, right here. He said, "So hot right now," for that. And then if I scroll down more, you said something about red face. Let's see here. Here we go. Wow, I didn't know Elizabeth Warren was a... That's messed up.
Well, I guess she was blowing on people's foreheads, but it's still like... It's like, it's very unique. I've never seen that at the WEF before.
Is it Davos? Davos? I don't know how to say it. Yeah, the World Economic Forum. How's that? Yeah, that's not that good. I could care less about that one. This is the one that I thought was more interesting. I like that one better.
Which one is that?
This one right here?
Oh, I gotta pull it up.
Yeah, you're missing out. I wonder.
Was that person that was doing that, was that a person, no kidding, from like an Argentine rainforest?
I don't know. Davos. That's how you say it.
Yeah,
Okay.
the one in Davos, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, Davos.
how do they even find a person to do that? What jet do they get on to go to Davos, and do they spend the week there? I mean, how weird.
Why are all the hookers so busy?
Whoa.
No, the important
Where
questions.
did that come from?
Censored content's like, I was thinking about going, but then I found out I couldn't find an escort. I was like, forget this crap. I'm not going now.
They
Yeah.
have a lottery in the rainforest and go, everyone put in a piece of a skin, and they pick their name, and they got to go blow the people on, blow wind in their face.
Blow wind, yes, blow wind.
Did I say blow? I didn't mean to say blow.
Well, no, you just didn't finish your sentence.
You can't say that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Blow, not like to blow up. You can't say that in a plane, but
No, was it a guy or a girl? For one.
You know, these are questions I don't even know if who cares? Who cares?
Right. Right.
I know you care.
Yucca cares.
Yucca cares. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, man.
I just sit there going, if I lived in a rainforest, which I don't.
But if you did,
came to my neighborhood. If I did, let's just say that my neighborhood north of Atlanta is a rainforest, and they had hey, who wants to go to Davos? I'd go, where? Davos. You're going to go show them some of our culture. Okay, how do I get there? We're going to send a private jet. A what? A jet. What the hell is that? I'm in a rainforest. I mean, it's just so weird.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a thing as paid actors. I don't know if you ever heard of that before. I mean, it's a thing.
You're thinking maybe they're an extra?
Oh, yeah. It's all for show, man.
Oh, now I'm really let down.
What do they say? You drive for the looks, and you something about putting for dough. But drive for looks, putt for
show.
Drive for show, putt for dough. Yeah. It's all about the putting. It's all about driving. That's what it is. They're driving.
That's what
driving
say.
At home.
You drive where you eat.
Mm-hmm. CPE is asking, Casey, can you go over one more time your plans when AMC starts running? I mean, for being on YouTube. In regards to whether or not I will be on YouTube, dependent upon whether or not I get shut down, is all in the description of this channel. Like the order, the steps or order process on which I would move from one to the other based off of whether or not I got shut down. But the backup plan for YouTube failing is moving to Twitch. The account name's listed in there. Twitter, we would move to a Twitter space call if that didn't work, and then finally Discord. So.
Did you say Discord?
Discord. But in regards to what you mean exactly about being on YouTube, if you mean something further than that, or if you mean like how would I plan on streaming and doing anything, if it comes to a point in time to where I feel like I need to make some trades at some point or another, I'll probably just throw some music on and do my business. So yeah, and
you could blow them up.
What was that censored content?
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing to see here.
Just keep walking. Casey, I don't know anything about a YouTube channel other than logging in. If you always talk about the downgrade. Do you mean they shut the stream down, or would the entire channel just disintegrate?
No. They should. I mean, they would probably just block me from being able to start the channel.
Oh.
I hope they wouldn't, suspend the account or whatever so that nobody could even log into it at all. But I can't promise you anything. I really don't know what would happen. I don't know.
I'm coming to the back of the big tramp.
I mean, it's always a safe place to go because, I mean, I'll probably, if I find there being a difficulty in communicating with people, that's probably a great place to head to.
Surprised Pirate's not on right now.
Send him a DM.
Yeah. Well, when he was talking about those big explosions, I figured there's probably a target area near his house. And as big as the explosions were in the same spot, I'm sure it was just the Navy showing their presence.
Are they targeting?
Well, I mean, they were all in the same spot. So I knew it wasn't the Air Force.
So are they targeting pirate, you think?
No.
You said no twice. That's sus.
It's just the Navy giving another demonstration of what it looks like to hit a target.
Oh. So you think they're practicing to hit civilians?
No. Yucca.
I just want to know. I don't know.
Papa Max says, "When do you go dark and change name?" I've always suggested to you guys that when I exit my position, and I've always maintained that I will always, even if I exit my entire position, I will be buying back into AMC, and I think as a responsible share, this is for me. You guys can do whatever you want to do, but for me, I feel like I want to hold some responsibility for myself as a shareholder of AMC. I want to make sure that I don't leave the company high and dry as a shareholder. And so while I may exit all of my position at some point or another, I will be buying back in for what I deem as my fair share of ownership of AMC. Now, at one point in time, I think I told you guys 125 shares is what I viewed as my. We found out how many shareholders we had at one point, and I just divided that by how many shares there were of the free float and figured out what my portion of the fair share of shares that would be. That was approximately 125 shares at the time. Now with the reverse split and conversion, we're down to about 12 to 13 shares. So I would probably buy back in for about 12 or 13 shares, which would be my fair share of my position of AMC. But in regards to how long I'll stream for after I exit my position, I've always kind of thought about streaming for like 1 or 2 days more after, for various different reasons. I think that I don't owe anybody anything really, but I feel like I owe to everybody to be able to see or continue to see numbers for a little bit of a period of time after I choose to exit my position. And so I would like to be able to provide that information for people who want to see it, because when I exit my position may not be when you exit yours. And so I'm not going to just bail on you, high and dry once I'm done. It's like, I'll see you later kind of thing. So I'll stick around for a couple days. But I'll tell you what, though, the very last day that I stream, I'm not going to announce that it's my last day, but the music that happens for that day when I close out, I've already got it picked out and will be unmistakable. It'll be unmistakable that it's my last day.
Well, what's the name of the song?
I'm not telling.
We are the champions.
How are we going to know?
We are the champions.
You will know.
No, we don't.
You should just stick on for like a week after it squeezes and accept $10,000 super chats.
Yeah, definitely put up a super chat. Put up a super chat.
I can't do that. I can't do that. No, that would be really. It would be funny, but there's no way I could do that. There's no way.
Is it I'm a Barbie girl?
You just do like $10,000 super chats to donate to a food bank.
Yeah, I can't. I can't do that. It would cheapen. It would cheapen the entire experience that I've done so far, and I don't want to do that.
Okay, guys, I'll do it on his behalf.
Yeah, thank you, preacher. Oh, by the way, KC, thanks for John Merriweather's hyperlink.
Say again? John Merriweather's hyperlink?
Yeah, thanks for when you sent that to me about my issue with the AMC Theater in New York.
Oh, yes, yeah.
He wrote me back.
Oh, did he really? Nice. He's usually pretty responsive. At least I've found.
Yeah, he said that he was gonna have a call. One of his minions probably.
Okay.
For all I know, that was one of his minions wrote me back, but it said John. That they were gonna call that theater and have some extra training for the employees.
Okay. Good.
So I'll know when I go back up there for another layover and try and buy some candy.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going to bring the copy of I'm going to print that out and go, really? You're going to deny me again?
Well, I mean, that's good. Training. There's nothing wrong with training. That's good. Maybe they'll be more informed about their business practices. So that's good.
Yeah, I mean, who would not want to accept money? We just can't sell this to.
Do you want to tell everybody what happened, what you experienced? I mean, I feel like we're leaving everybody out of it. You're telling me thanks, but everybody's sitting here going, "What happened?" So, you want to just tell everybody?
I was on a trip up to New York City. Went to Times Square. I told the guy I was flying with that I was going to buy some chocolate-covered pretzels for the next day. I was going to treat him to some AMC pretzels. So I walked to the theater, and that AMC theater in Times Square is crazy. There's like escalators everywhere to get to the theater. It's really weird. It's like you go 3 floors up. So I took the elevator or the escalator up.
We lost him. right at the key part of his what he was saying. Did I lose all of you guys?
That was weird.
Test, 1, 2. Okay, I lost you. There you are. You're back. Okay, you went up the escalator.
My speaker's out.
You went up the escalator and
I can't even hear anything now.
no,
Sorry,
we can hear you.
there.
Yeah, it was my speaker was on. So I waited for the guys to go, and literally where the line was to show them your ticket, the candy was maybe 20 feet away. The way that the setup is. And I said, hey, I'd like to buy some AMC. And they said, you can't without a ticket. I said, what do you mean I can't? I said, can't let you through here without a ticket. So, well, why don't you call a manager? So a manager came out, young gal, and she, what do you call it? Said, we can't sell you any candy. I said, well, that seems kind of odd. I've been to 5 different AMC theaters, and I've bought popcorn at all of them, and I've bought candy. I said, well, that's not the... She goes, well, I'll let you this time, but that's not AMC's policy. And I said, no, you're incorrect. I said, plenty of theaters have been selling it, and I don't believe that's true.
Without a
She goes, well,
movie
if you
ticket.
wanna argue-
Without a movie ticket.
Without a movie.
Yeah.
And I said, well, she goes, if you want to argue, you can leave. I said, you know what? I think I will. I said, I think that's a horrible decision on your part, though. So that's when I went downstairs and texted you and got the hyperlink, and then sent a letter to Meriwether and said, I'm an AMC premier. I'm a shareholder, and I like the stock, and I tried to buy some candy and said the theater. And this was what I was told if I wanted to, that that's not the policy of AMC to sell stuff to non-ticket holders. And she said if I wanted to argue, I could leave. And I had left, and now I've written you.
Yep.
And the next day, I got a letter saying we're going to give them some extra training. Signed, John. I was like, there you go. So.
Karen.
No.
No, it was signed John, Yucca. It wasn't signed Karen. It was signed John.
He called me a Karen. I can't believe it.
Well, you think that's bad. Wait until you read the comment section and you see what Pirate said about you.
Oh, Hayden, I would have done the same. Oh, man, I've done it so many times. So I'm right there. I'm your sister.
But I was looking.
Man, that's some BS.
I was going to buy everybody. I was going to buy the whole crew. You know, I was going to come aboard with some chocolate-covered pretzels, and I didn't get to. So that really pissed me off. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that's some bullshit right there.
In fact,
Well, I
the
mean-
last time I went to the theater near my house, I used all my AMC points and bought I think I bought 6 bags of pretzels and 4 bags of the raisins. I had a lot of points. I didn't realize it.
Yeah, the one thing that I think there's like the mega bag, which is like I forget how many. I want to say it's like 3 large buckets of popcorn, and it's literally meant to be purchased to take home. Like you're not like I mean I guess you could buy it from the movie theater, but my understanding is it's meant to be able to take home because they actually give you butter to take home with for it, and so that's literally an item that they sell that is not meant to be purchased there, or to eat there.
Yeah, and that's what keyed me on it. Is that I remember seeing that on Reddit. People saying, "Yeah, I stopped at my AMC on the way home and grabbed some popcorn." So I knew that was incorrect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now
So
the whole thing of, "Hey, we're not letting you go by this line because you might sneak into a movie." Of what my next comment was going to be. look at me. Do I look like I'm the age of me that I'm trying to sneak into a movie? Seriously?
Well, I'm sure that was the fear. I mean, Michael is saying that in the comment section too. You know, they were probably scared that you were gonna, jump into a movie theater, but it can't happen.
I'm 59 years old and I look like it.
Well, that and the AMC has reserved seating, so if you happen to pick a seat that somebody else has, somebody's gonna notice.
Yeah.
Hayden, are you allowed to wear your uniform outside of the airport?
No. Well, I mean, to get picked up to go to the hotel, yeah.
But not like let's say you can go in your uniform into the theater and then show authority.
Show authority.
Usually forbidden.
Show
fact,
that authority.
Yeah. Yeah, when I put on my old Navy one and walk in there, out of my way, maggots.
Yucca's living back in the 1960s.
Yeah.
Man, it's not like that, Yucca.
Fact,
just because.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys haven't seen Catch Me If You Can?
Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I thought you were thinking of.
Even if, like, my son asked me to go speak at his class, I'd have to clear it through the company.
Wow.
Yeah, it's serious. The corporate, what do you call it? Corporate doesn't like that kind of stuff unless they know what's going on.
No.
Andrew says Casey was right. The AMC candy wrappers are really noisy. I know it's kind of embarrassing a little bit. So you have to kind of pour some in your hand. But remember, I did the chocolate melt in your mouth, not in your hand test, and I held it with a closed tight fist for like a full minute and barely got anything on my hands. I mean, there was a little bit there, but you're good for probably 30 seconds. So you can pour some of it into your hand and not have to worry about getting it all over the place.
Now that chocolate's rich. I totally still disagree with you, Casey. I put some extra raisins in a little bowl with the chocolate-covered raisins, and it's perfect.
You like? Well, see, like I said, I'm not a chocolate-covered raisins fan. They were better than I thought they would be. Go. So, and so I gave them credit, but I'm just not a fan of those. So that's why I didn't put them high on my list.
Did you do the peanuts?
I did. I did all four of them. I did all four.
I've never done the peanuts. I've done the. I love the almonds.
You've never done the peanuts?
Never done the. I've never done D's nuts.
Never?
Nope. Never D's nuts.
Well, you're missing out.
Yeah. They say once you do it, you can't go back, and I just didn't want to try it.
Yeah. That's. I haven't heard that, but sure, why not?
Yeah. But I've definitely, in fact, this weekend the kids are coming over to watch the games in the UFC this weekend. So I'm going to make sure to go load up on some pretzels.
Very nice. Did you try the pretzels with the popcorn yet? Like I said.
No, see, I missed the taste test that you did.
Oh, dude, you're missing out, dude. So I tried mixing the popcorn with the. Well, I actually did the popcorn that I did here at the house, and I mixed the pretzel. I mixed all four of them with it, and I can't remember which one was horrific. I think it was the raisins. I can't remember if it was the raisins or the peanut. One of them was horrific with it, and I would never, ever in a million years suggest it. It might have been the peanuts one, which was interesting because I thought the peanuts would have been good with it since, nuts and popcorn are kind of something they serve at bars sometimes, but I think it did not mix. But the pretzels and the popcorn, oh my gosh, dude. It was like the perfect amount of saltiness with the dark chocolate and it was just so good. So good. You could take...
You went microwave popcorn and the pretzels?
Yeah, dude. It was so good. Not just microwave popcorn. It was AMC's microwave popcorn.
Well, of course. Is there any other?
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. The one and only.
Yeah. The at Publix, I'm seeing it, the 3 Publix near my house, they always have the microwave popcorn.
Oh, speaking of which, thank you for reminding me. That was perfectly well timed right there. While I was on break, I tweeted out a couple different tweets here, but one of them was in relation to perfectly pop. I keep calling it perfectly. It's just perfectly popcorn. And let me see if I can find it real quick here. Where's my retweet? I do not see it. What the hell? I know I saw this. Where is it at?
And while you're looking, did you guys get any of this snow from this big weather mass?
What the heck?
Wow.
Hello. Yeah.
Oh, censored content. You're hot. You're hot. Censored content.
Okay, sounds great.
Blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay, cool. I couldn't move him fast enough. I was trying to. I'll move him down to the Shawshank hot mic jail there. Thanks. I couldn't. I was trying to. I was panicking like, oh no, quick. All right. So what was? Yeah, I was going to tweet this out, but somebody posted that Amazon is sold out of popcorn. They sold. Yeah. I thought I retweeted it, but it's not showing up on my page here, and I don't know why. But say again.
I wonder who's going to be the next concert.
Good question. A lot of people are wondering that.
If I can add something, I don't know if you guys already mentioned it. My wife shared the link with me, the new Walking Dead, or I don't know if it's a new season or was something, coming out on AMC and AMC Plus, apparently. Gonna be like an hour and a half, the next.
AMC Plus is not AMC, FYI.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not related.
Yeah, I love the Walking Dead, because it's filmed down the road from where I live.
Mm-hmm.
But after about the 5th season,
yeah.
Oh my God.
If we start moving up, it's you guys owe me a thank you. I think I might have caused it.
Thank you, preacher.
Yeah.
Definitely, thank you.
Like,
we are breaking. I don't know if you know it, but we're breaking out of that 1 hour descending parallel channel that we got, and which I didn't think would happen today. I thought maybe there was a chance we would see something closer to around 432 to see this a little bit higher up than where we're at right now. In regards to a 1 hour Ichimoto cloud, and I just want to post this up here for you guys to see so you can see where that's at. This actually puts us most of the way through the cloud, and if we just trade sideways like we typically do, we'll be entering into tomorrow above the cloud for the day today. So this puts the lagging line above above price line, conversion above base, and that's going to put price moving above. This would cause closing it around this price or a little bit higher would definitely cause some upwards potential buying pressure from short-term investors. So we moved a pretty good distance through this cloud here. Of course, the 4 hour cloud's still got some room for improvement here, but if we were to move through a red cloud going forward in the future here, that would be a pretty massive successful move to move through a red cloud this thick, because it's going to take some time for that red cloud to close and create a green cloud, which means that's more upwards potential movement. So these are looking pretty good, and we're actually moving through a pretty decently thick portion of red cloud right now, which is very, very encouraging to see. So I like where we're moving at. We're higher than where I anticipated for the day today, which is always a good thing. Some days I'm more bullish than others. Today it looks like I was almost bullish enough. I think I said 432 for a close, and I am 10 cents away from anybody else, which means I'm going to put Apex at risk for a tiebreaker for tomorrow. Maybe. Depending on what the closing price is. We'll see. It's close. Let's see here. Dirty is asking, does AMC have snack mix with popcorn, peanuts, pretzels, candy covered chocolates, etc.? Not that I'm aware of. But you can make your own. Let's see here. Somebody had also mentioned SPY was moving up, and they were kind of curious as to why. I've actually got the technical analysis that I'm looking at. I have them. I have SPY as a potential breakout to the top side on a bullish move above 477.63. again, SPY another one. I didn't expect to see this high. I thought 475-ish today. We have Fibonacci retracement in here that we needed to get past, which was at the 474 mark. And then I suggested to you guys earlier this morning that we would probably stall out around 475.89. But it looks like we're actually stalling out. It's stalling out a little bit higher than that. That next step is to break past 477.63, and would be within inside my box that I've got here for breakout potential. So yeah, looking good.
Okay, so earlier in the show, I think somebody brought up about Kenny G putting in the only bid for Credit Suisse. Was it China?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. When I saw the article, I think that's how I recall it. Something along those lines, yes.
So, am I saying? Did I hear it right that there was $4 billion in? Was the bid $4 billion, or was there $4 billion in?
From what I had read from a posting that that Citadel had potentially $4 billion in investments that was at risk, but they were looking to bail out by like 200 something million, so it wasn't much different number.
So if they bid 200 million, is that 200 million in excess of the $4 billion they possibly could have invested?
Yeah. Yes. So the analogy that I tried. The analogy that I tried to give this morning, and I'm going to change it up just a little bit to maybe make it sound a little bit better. Imagine that you had 20 apples, right, invested in an Apple company. Apple company goes insolvent, and you now are looking at potential bankruptcy, and you're trying to collect some kind of portion of your money back from that. At that point, you're maybe looking at taking home 4 apples instead of the 20 that you had initially invested into it. And in a risk of some other insolvencies occurring because of the Evergrande being bankrupt, you could potentially, instead of getting back 4, you might only end up getting back 2 or 1. So by preventing other insolvencies from happening, you invest a little bit more money into it to get back perhaps maybe 4 apples instead of just 2. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
It's not like they were buying the stock back at a reduced price to zero.
No. I don't think so. I don't think so. But somebody also brought up a really good point that it's possible that they were trying to mitigate any kind of risk from. What did they say? I forgot now. It was actually a really good point. Now I can't remember it. It was. Somebody help me out quick. What was it? The idea that I'm not going to remember, and it's because I'm under pressure because I'm past time for closing out the live stream here. I'm not going to remember. I'll get back to you tomorrow on it. Michael, I know you're saying Evergrande, but they were looking at buying. I think it was Credit Suisse's portion of the Evergrande, or buying some of the risk that Credit Suisse had on their risk involved with Evergrande. So I think that's what that was. I think, Michael, I'm kind of fuzzy because I read this a week ago, it seems like. Anyways, it's time for me to end out the day. I took it way longer than I should have, but I'm kind of excited about seeing price close here. Looks like I'm going to miss. I did miss. I missed. I don't get an extra bonus point. Apex can sigh of relief. So it is that time of the day, unfortunately, guys. I got to run. I will see you guys later. Ciao.
Thank you, Jay. Have a good one.
You too. All right, guys. Well, you know the routine. It is that time of the day, and unfortunately, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is our last trading day of the week. Spend time with your families, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go support your local AMC because after all, that's what we're doing here is helping to support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative
return.
Copy, a negative return.
Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. We're so glad you could attend. Come inside, come inside. There behind the glass stands a real blade of grass. Be careful as you pass. Move along, move along. Come